that's why you finish the spots. Cars are lots of power, they're part of original lots. Correct. So that's why it's always good about it. That's what these spots are so cool. The thing is. Yeah. No, I you gotta still separate each space from the house. Yeah. Brian, you got
Yeah, that's Monday morning. I just got an email yesterday, Thursday or Friday, saying, oh, it's got this going roadway system. And then,
Thanks for coming. Sorry,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order. Tonight's meeting has been advertised according to New York State Sunshine Law. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gillen.
Here.
Mr. Mr. Halverson. Mr. Langley. Mr. Natale.
Here.
Mr. Viviak.
Yes.
Mr. Inger.
Here.
Mr. Gross.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Halverson.
Here, I see that we're missing Mr. Langley and Mr. Allison. I'm seeing Mr. Gross and Mr. Ingber in lieu of, everyone please rise to salute the flag. Can I have approval of the minutes for June 1st meeting? Motion by Schindler, can I have a second? Second by Mayor Gelli. Madam Secretary, roll call please. July 1st, sorry.
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Inger.
Yes.
Mr. Gross.
Yes.
And Mr. Halverson.
Yes. Madam Secretary, are there any correspondence for tonight's meeting?
Yes, I have a request. From appeal number 4115, Hampton Development. The applicant's son is graduating tonight, he can't be there. We'd like to postpone it to September 9th.
Is anyone from the applicant here?
It's for Hampton Development.
Okay. I don't see anyone from that. Are you from Hampton?
I'm the engineer for the development. They want to carry forward.
Okay. You were aware of that before you came in today?
Yes, I was.
Does anyone have any objection to carrying it? Last month you carried it because of, why was it carried last
They
month?
were working out with the neighbors.
I think the notice wasn't passed.
Last month, that's what it was? Okay. So the last month doesn't count, so we're gonna go for one. Okay. Anyone have any objection? If not, can I have a motion to carry Hampton Development 4115 Hampton Development? Motion from Mayor Gelli, can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Wilkie Gonzalez, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Natale. Mr. Viviak. Mr. Inger. Mr. Gross. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes. Anyone that's here for appeal number 4115 Hampton Development, that application will be heard September 2nd? What is it?
9th.
September 9th? Okay. Thank you. Any other correspondence?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant for Duty Holdings.
1 second, please. Can I just get everyone to please be quiet and try not to speak in this room? If you have to say something, please step outside. It really echoes back here and we hear everything. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appeal number 37738, Dewey Holdings.
Dewey Holdings.
The carrier speaking from long agenda this evening, and at the end of it.
You don't want to take a chance, you don't want to wait around. Okay? Or you finally go there. Anybody objection to that? Okay, that'll be 0 for 0. Can I have a motion to carry Dewey Holdings 3738? Motion from Ms. Schindler. Can I have a second? Second, Mayor Gelli. Madam Secretary?
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Natale. Mr. Viviak. Mr. Inger. Mr. Gross.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes. Anyone that's here for appeal number 3773A, Dewey Holding, that'll be heard on September 9th, back here in this room. Anything else? No further notice, yes, no further notice with a waiver of fine.
Thank you, sir.
Correct. And the same goes for the previous application for Hampton Inn, no further notice of waiver. Anyone else? Terry?
I thought I heard that Herzog was an issue.
David Herzog,
Is 4120 on tonight?
It's on. I mean,
Oh, okay.
Just here, I don't know.
Somebody said that.
He is looking to go forward.
Oh, he is?
My bad, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so we're gonna go, any other correspondence?
That's it.
Okay, so we're gonna start with old business, 4119, Shlomo Kurlansky.
It's 53 Forest Drive, Lot 12, Lot 206, Lot 12 zone, to construct a new single-family with variances requested for aggregate side yard setback.
Mr. Planner, that's for a winning answer. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and all together?
I do. Brian Flannery, Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer, professional planer.
Before we reply, just for the record, I have 3 certifications signed by members of the zoning board who were not here last month who have heard the tape. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Naftali, and Mr. Ribbiat have all signed the appropriate certifications. They've listened to the tape, so they're able to vote this evening.
Very good, thank you. I have exhibit A1 is on the right, A2 is below it. A1 is tax map showing the subject lot in orange with the other lots of 50-foot width in the area highlighted in blue. A2 is the map that was submitted at the last meeting. A3 is the new map that was submitted. You're not going to see from here the difference. The difference being it shows grading, it shows a recharge system. There were some questions that were addressed with new plans being handed in. The architectural plans were being handed in because last time there was some confusion. There was a deck on the side, there was a deck in the back. They didn't have revision dates. So new plans were handed in, and we have a July 11th report from the board's engineer, and he indicates on page 2 of his report that the walkout basement label identified on the previous plan has been removed. The wooden deck and dry well are now proposed at the rear of the dwelling, and a retaining wall has been added along the side of the property line, and a revised architectural plan was submitted. And the architectural plan was similar to the one that was submitted, but it's been clarified. Certainly, if the applicant, the board acts favorably on the application, we would understand that we would have the normal zoning board restrictions that at least a third of the front would be masonry or stone, and that there would be foundation plantings and irrigation, and the applicant is certainly agreeable to those conditions. As indicated in the report, we're here for aggregate side yard setbacks. We're proposing 10 foot on each side in accordance with the ordinance. The ordinance requires an aggregate of 25. For this applicant to comply with that, it would mean a 25-foot wide house. As I testified at the last meeting, we could get the same area, everything would be the same, all the impact would be the same. We just have a 20-foot wide by deeper house. And I'd like to point out that when I testify on these natures, it's not threatening the board that So it's not a threat to the board of this is what we could do. We have to show, according to the municipal land use law, that the benefits outweigh the detriments. And in order to compare the benefits and the detriments, we need to. It's my job to explain to the board what could be built there as of right. So that's what could be built there as of right. It's my opinion that there's no adverse impact by allowing the 10 foot on each side. We're providing 10 foot to each neighbor, as indicated. There was some other confusion at the last meeting with respect to the application that was filled out. The applicant did check and found out that it was his engineer's secretary that filled out the application. He did not read it thoroughly, and therefore he signed an application that had incorrect information on it. I think everyone's familiar with the correct information now. There was a previous application on the property. It was done many years ago when the ordinance has been changed since then to allow development on an undersized lot if you comply with the setback. So my testimony from last meeting on as far as the benefits and detriments are the same, and it's my testimony that this is a classic C1 and C2 variance. There's a hardship. It's an existing 50-foot wide lot with a house on each side, and the benefits clearly outweigh the detriment because they provide the housing opportunity to house a family that would like to move into the neighborhood.
Okay, there was some discussion last month about the old application and the new application.
Yes.
The new application. And I'm just curious, were you able to discuss with your client?
Well, at the last meeting, we went through.
How many of those?
We went through that, and there were 7 of them that the applicant would certainly agree to as a condition. A was curbs and sidewalks be replaced and installed as directed by the township engineer. We would improve the roadway in front of this property with curbs and sidewalks in accordance with the ordinance. A drainage system.
1 second, please. important everyone to please refrain from speaking here, and we hear it back here, and it echoes back here, and it really disturbs us. So please, I ask you again, thank you.
A condition that was on the last one, that we're also agreeing to is a drainage system. I believe the town.
Where are you?
E.
E?
Yes.
One second, the roof dormer, we're gonna put D.
Well, the roof dormers, it's my professional opinion that those roof dormers add character to the building and make it look nice and appropriate and similar to all of the other new houses that are being constructed.
Okay.
The only thing that's going to be different between this and the new houses that are being built, the new houses that are being built on 12 to 15,000 square foot lots are going to be more than twice the size of this, because you remember, building coverage wise, the applicant was much less than what's allowed by the ordinance, whereas the newer houses on the other lots, they go to that coverage. So where this house is building a 3,000 plus square foot house, those lots build 5,000 and 6,000 square foot houses. So the roof dormers that actually add an architectural appeal to the house. So E, the drainage system, the applicant would agree to that as a condition. And it was actually shown on the plan that was submitted. It was reviewed by the engineer's office, and certainly if the board acts favorably, a drainage system that appropriately collects the runoff from the house that would be running to the rear and the roof drains would be a condition of approval. The F was the subject to sewer extension, and the applicant is agreeable to that. H is the dwelling shifted to equalize two sides, and either side shall be less than 10 feet, and that is the application that's submitted.
What's the height of the building going to be now?
The height of the building, we're asking for 35 feet in accordance with the ordinance. The dwelling will be serviced by public water and sewer. The applicant agrees to that. K, trees on the side.
J.
Okay, we can go through them all. The window in the attic and the front wall shall be eliminated, and vent, if desired, may be substituted. That was a different architectural plan, and I think it was a condition from, I think that approval was in 2006, so that would be 13 years ago. So it's related to a different architectural plan, and the applicant feels that the plan that was submitted accommodates the prospective owner's family, and it looks nice and would fit well. So L, the trees on the side of the property line shall remain and be located, and the applicant would agree to that. L, the all dormer and bump outs in the attic shall be removed from the plan, and the applicant is not agreeable to that because he wants to build a house typical of all new houses that are being built in Lakewood. There shall be no plumbing in the attic. The applicant doesn't intend to put plumbing in the attic, but he wouldn't want to put a restriction there in the event that at some point in the future the family that's living there needed some plumbing in the attic. The dwelling size, again, it relates to the other one, and the applicant is not agreeable to that. O also applies to the prior application on an area restriction, and again, it's my position that this application is coming in at less than the permitted impervious or the building coverage area, and as such, it's less than was envisioned when the ordinance was adopted, and the governing body, when they decided that in this zone, the coverage that's allowed, we're not asking to exceed that. And P, we're agreeable to prior to issuance of the building permit, that they will comply with all other conditions.
Mr. Flannery, what's the square footage of the attic area? And what's the head space, so to speak?
This plan doesn't have an attic plan because they were not envisioning at this time rooms in the attic. It shows a stairwell going up there. We understand that there would be a limit on the stairwell going up there, being limited to not a straight shot getting up to the attic. Based on the architectural plans that are shown, the attic height varies, but it would be a typical attic that there would be places where it would be 8 feet high, and it might go a little higher than that. And then there's places where it's slightly less than 8 feet high. So it's a typical attic on a Lakewood house.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, anyone?
There was one additional question in the RVE report, and that was comment 2 on page 3 on the review comments. And as you see, there's stairs shown on the side of the house, and it says it should be, it wasn't dimensioned. It's a recommendation that we dimension it, and the recommendation is that it be at least 5 feet for access purposes. Well, if you look at it, it's a set of stairs. We have 10 feet, so there's one set of stairs going down into the basement, which the stairs themselves are about 3.5 feet wide. Then this is a set of stairs that goes down to the backyard, so it does provide access, suitable access. Normally, the board likes to see 5 feet in case there's trees, in case there's something else. It's my opinion that access is more appropriate than leaving it open without having steps and having the 5 feet. I think it provides adequate access. The other side is a full 10 feet that's open. So we would respectfully request that the exact dimension is 3 foot 7 inches, which we would dimension the plans as requested. And it's my opinion that that's appropriate, and we would hope that the board would not stipulate that we have to do 5 feet as recommended by your engineer.
The second set of steps going down into the basement, why can't that be eliminated? And your side entrance can either go, we do that many times when it's tight on the side. The side steps that you're proposing should either, you can come into the house and go up or go down. Why do you need a second set of steps there?
Well, the second set of steps is a designated only to the basement set of stairs, typical to many houses in Lakewood.
I know we have situations where people end up putting possibly two, apartments down there. They have access, two separate accesses. I would feel more comfortable if you had one access point. That means you eliminate this whole side bump out, and you go into the house and you go down or you go up.
Well, in Lakewood, if the basement is rented, the owner of the house doesn't like to have the people come into the house and go down. Every other house that's being built has a separate access. The board usually restricts not more than one outside entrance to the basement, which is this plan complies with.
You could have 2 doors and not have the second one going down.
We can have two
One goes down.
one door, the same pad, eliminate the one bump out, one pad, one door goes straight down, and one door goes up.
The applicant indicates this will eliminate as you suggest.
And you'll also be more in compliance with what the engineer is looking to accomplish as well, so. All right.
Well, I think in order to have those steps getting down to basement level, you're in 10 feet. So you'd still have, the way of doing that is you either put steps so somebody can go down with steps, or you just leave it graded. If we just leave it graded, it'll comply with what the engineer requests, but I don't think it helps the access. So we'd still like to have that 3 foot 7.
3 foot 7 on the first set of steps?
3 foot 7 on the steps, on the steps going into the backyard.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
I'll feel comfortable with the second set of steps. Well, down.
Well, the applicant would have just the one set going down, and then when he comes in the door, there'll be no steps going down.
Right, you can come in, you can have two side doors, but it's not.
Yes, 2 side doors, only one to the basement. One's gonna go up.
And the side steps, the truth will be gone. The second set.
Are you looking at the architectural plan or the?
Yeah.
What Rich is trying to say is you eliminate the thumb out, what Terry Ward was trying to say. You put all that inside.
Let's make this bigger.
Can't see what you're saying.
No, he was, well, they were trying to do it.
We have people where.
What?
Mr. Chairman,
What'd you say? One second. What'd you say?
Yes.
Yes, okay, fine.
What are we, you were eliminating the stairs going to the basement on the side of the house?
There'll be two doors on the side of the house, separate doors, one with access steps going to the basement, one with steps going into the house.
So now there's no longer steps in the back of the house?
Then we're gonna have 10 feet, and we'll do whatever grading at plot plan time is appropriate, but we no longer have a restriction.
Okay, Obi wants to say something. No? Okay, Woody.
it looks like the interior steps are going straight up the attic from the outside.
We're agreeing to a condition that says that's not gonna happen, so when they submit plans for resolution compliance, they're gonna change that.
Okay. Jerry?
Yes.
We closed it to the public at the previous meeting.
No, I think you need to open it because there's been new things that have been.
That's what it was. Okay, fine. So therefore, I would like to open it to the public. Anyone from the public wants to be heard? On appeal number 4119, please step forward.
I know you testified last time, but would you raise your right, would you raise your hand? Would you raise your hand again, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Could you give us your full name and spell your last?
Linda Kelly, Kelly, 60 Forest Drive. If we may, we have some handouts. If you'll bear with me for a second, on Forest Drive, while we were on our way over, we had a microburst storm and a couple of trees came down. A tree caught fire, the fire department had to come, and we were missing a couple of neighbors because they couldn't be.
Thank you.
Okay. We felt that words or pictures speak louder than words. So in these packages we just handed out, the top copy is the copy of the resolution, which I can see that you all have anyway. And page 2 is the tax map of our block of Forest Drive, and it just outlines how very small this lot is compared to all the other lots. It's about 67% of the 12,000 feet that's required to build. Pages 3 and 4 are photos of the existing houses as they are now. Some of those pictures are taken at different times of the year, so you notice a lot of them were taken in the fall. Those are houses on 100-foot lots, and with the square footage. The next page, page 5, is the photos of the 3 houses on Forest Drive that are on 50-foot lots with the square footages. Page 6 is the photos of the 2 new houses, both of which are on 55 lots on Forest Drive. And page 7 is just for a point of information. The architect's elevations were incorrect. That's a topographical map that shows that the elevation on the far side of Forest Drive from this lot is 80 feet, not 53, I think is what they had on the architectural drawing. And down at Barbary Drive, it's 20 feet. And you can see from the contour lines that it's a very steep slope there. We take issue with some of the claims about our neighborhood. In the last hearing, Mr. Flannery claimed that our neighborhood was in the process of redevelopment. It's older houses, yeah. These houses aren't falling down, they're not an eyesore. There's people living in them, people who've lived there a long time. Everybody who came to this hearing last time We had 6 people here. Everybody's been there in excess of 25 years. In the past 30 years, 1 new house was built on a wooded lot. 1 existing house was raised, and one of those the brick big house was built. 3 houses have had additions. There are 21 total houses, 3 on undersized lots. 16 original houses on large lots. Almost all our ranches are 2-story. Benefits versus detriments? For the residents who now live on Forest Drive, we see no benefits. The lot is wooded. The lot is natural. The lot has no trash, no garbage, no dumping, no anything unsightly or unseemly. It's fine just the way it is. However, we do understand the owner has a hardship and they want to build something there. But the size of the building they're asking for is massive. And if you look at the pictures of the 50-foot houses on the 50-foot lots now, you can see they're much, much, much smaller. And it's our opinion that the size that was approved, the 29 odd square feet, for the variance that was granted in 2007 is sufficient. They don't need to have a 3rd story or 7,000 habitable square feet, which is what we calculate would be if the basement was occupied and the attic was occupied. Detriments.
1732.
Those are the 2 finished floors that they show. But they have almost a full-size attic and a full basement, both of which will probably be occupied, if not now, and sometime in the future. Plus the footprint is bigger, because in 2006 or 7, whatever that was, it was 28-foot wide square, 28-foot wide house, not 30. And it was a smaller house. Ten and 12 was approved in 2007. It was a 28-foot wide house.
So there's a lot of both sides, each side that shall be suddenly less than 2 feet.
Right, except that on a 28-foot wide house, you've got 22 feet as side yard.
The dwelling size should not exceed or affect the ground. Well, 28 feet here, I see this one. So it's 12. So that's what it means. Okay, but that was
I'd just like to say one more thing, which is, talk about benefits, which we neighbors don't see a substantial benefit to losing a nice patch of trees and having construction and noise and what have you. But the other detriments are, a large house like that will definitely impose on the 2 houses on either side. You know, one is a 2-story house, the other one is practically a cottage, and it will, especially with the 3rd story, the attic story, with the high roof, which incidentally, I measure it as 38 feet at the peak of the roof. It will loom over those houses and look really out of place. There will be more traffic, more congestion. It's totally out of character, as you can see from the photographs of the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. We'll have a loss of trees and wildlife. There will be greater occupancy in the small space. And finally, there will be runoff issues in a country place. Now, I understand that maybe those people aren't here objecting, but it's wet down there already. It's wet all the time. And the houses that are now in existence have been there for more than 35 years. So whatever standard down there is standard, but this is going to add to the problem. And I don't think people down there have any idea what they may be getting into. So, thank you.
Anyone else?
Sir, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth? Give us your full name and spell your last.
Michael Mano, M-A-N-N-O, and I'm 52 Forest Drive. I have some questions. The fact that they keep saying this is a single-family house, yet they're fighting strongly for the basement to be somewhat compatible to a renter. So that means two families. The attic also is being pushed very hard, as they say, applicant may in the future. But the future is now. It's not later. I've seen this happen many times in Lakewood. I've been a resident of Lakewood for 65 years. They do these modifications before the house is even finished. I've seen more block go in the basement than when the house was built in different houses in town. So therefore, we're not talking about later, we're talking about now. All right? Another thing is, they're entitled. They were entitled to build a house this big. They were entitled to build a house this wide. We're residents of Lakewood. We're taxpayers of Lakewood. We're entitled to have the board support what is already put forth to build a house on that property. So we're entitled to your support and abide by the rules that are already set down, because we've already been here one other time, in 07, you ruled on it. And they pushed it to the side and they chose not to do it. Now, 11 years later, they decide to do it again. I don't know what to tell you, but they always say, oh, we won't put the stairs there. We won't do this. We won't do that. I heard all that last time. We won't do this. We won't do that. Everything is we won't. But at the end, the truth of the matter is they're going to do what they want because they got the house approved. And it's hard to stop once the house is put. When the house is built, they can modify it and put whatever they want there, additions and so forth. So we're talking, and the fact of the matter is 4-car driveway. What single family has 4 cars? Okay? So the reality is, it's not really what it looks like. The reality is there's going to be 3 families in that house. Granted, it may be a student in the downstairs or a student in the attic, renting the attic. But the truth of the matter is there's going to be more than one family in that house. And it's just, I just think you should open your eyes and realize, and it's common practice in Lakewood. Well, it shouldn't be. That should be, when somebody uses that kind of language, it should be, just close your ears to it. But that's where we're at right now. So I say that you should stand on you should stand on what you put forth in 07. And I appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
Anyone else? No one else? We'll close it to the public. And we will continue. Anyone have any comments to say on this application? Question, I wasn't done.
A little bit about the attic. They were talking about the steps. The steps going up to the attic, are they in the center of the house?
They will be. The plans don't show it that way, they will be. The applicant, if the board acts favorably, will agree to a condition that there will be no direct access through steps to the attic. If there are steps to the attic, they will be internal so that somebody from the attic can.
So you can't put up an apartment in the attic, so you can't get up there. The other thing is over here is that the back in 2006, the basement apartment wasn't allowed by code. Today, basement apartment is allowed by code.
And additionally, back in 2006, you were not allowed by right to build a house within the setback. So the applicant came to this board, they agreed to a lot of conditions in order to get some kind of an approval, and it was referred to it as being pushed to the side. The reality is nobody wanted to buy a house with all those conditions because the new houses that are getting built in Lakewood aren't built that way. So the rules changed, and that's why we're here. What happened is
The code changed.
the code changed. Well, that is the rule. The UDO is the rules, and the UDO changed that it allows a 25-foot wide house, 30% coverage on that lot. We're only asking for 30%. And I understand to the neighbors, this is a change to them. When we look at the benefits outweigh the detriments, we don't look at each house on each side, we look at the general public. Obviously, everybody would like to have a lot with trees, but when we're balancing the benefits and the detriments, we're balancing a house that could be built by right versus what the applicant is asking for. So the house that's built by right, there are no conditions. Here the applicant agreed to 7 different conditions, and they're willing to agree to any reasonable condition. The steps to the basement, the applicant agreed to what the board asked for. So that's the difference. And when I say the benefits outweigh the detriment, I'm talking about the benefits of approving this application versus saying to the property owner who has a right to build, just go and build something that fits in there. You'll have a 20-foot, 5-foot wide house. If you look at the pictures that they handed out, there aren't 25-foot wide houses. All of the newer houses are wider, and the wider houses are going to look better. As far as imposing on the neighbors, they can build that 25-foot wide house 10 feet from the property line. Everything we're doing, they would have to pick which property line or split it 12 and a half and 10. So the imposing on the property line, the drainage to the houses in the back, I certainly rely on the board engineer and the township engineer to make sure we provide a system. So I understand their feelings. I understand they would rather have woods there. The rules are, the board is to look at, do the benefits outweigh the detriments, and my professional testimony is that in this case they do. And one other thing I have to point out, I don't recall at the last meeting saying that houses were falling down in this neighborhood and they're eyesores, because that's not the case. And I don't remember saying that. On other applications I may have said it, but I don't recall saying it.
Wasn't you, it was somebody else. Okay.
Good.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to say? Don, what do you?
The testimony you gave last time, you proposed that there be a vegetative buffer area between the properties. Now, in cases such as this, where we have questions about drainage or something like that, I would think that would be something that would help the process.
But the condition K that we agreed to is...
It wasn't in the conditions. It was in paragraph 7 from the testimony. It says there will be vegetative buffer area between properties. That's what you do, of course.
Okay, and to the extent practicable where it makes sense, we certainly agree to that. It's a benefit to the neighbors, it's a benefit to the homeowner, and we're still amenable to that.
When you say vegetative buffer area, it's not just fault of that.
No, we would be talking in areas where it's tight because of steps at the side of the house. We want to leave space open. We would use arborvitaes, which are tight. On the other side of the house where there isn't any of that, we would provide whatever type of landscaping the board engineer thought was appropriate. Typically, if the board approves this with a condition, the applicant would have a landscape architect that would select trees that could be saved as well as other landscaping that can be put in. And if the board has specific recommendations, the applicant is happy to do whatever fits.
Rose bush doesn't bother
Okay.
And Brian, there are things that you can do by right. For example, the basement, there's nothing you can do now.
Yeah.
What about taking away the dormer windows on the side of the attic? That can probably make it a little bit more.
If the board wants us to take the windows off the dormers on the side of the building, we would put in a fake window so that there's no looking down. I think that the dormers add architectural features to it, so we'd certainly be open to a condition that those dormers can have no windows.
about doing straight siding. Just to give the privacy to the neighbors, the neighbors on the other side, this is a massive window, light window.
Well, that's what I'm saying, there would be a condition that there's no windows permitted. It allows the architect to have some features on there, so it's not just a straight roof. It allows for higher spaces in the attic for any of the HVAC equipment that would go in the attic. It allows for steps, it allows for a lot of things that don't have any negative impact. And the windows is what a neighbor might be concerned that it's a privacy issue, and they would absolutely agree to no windows in any above the second floor facing towards the neighboring property.
The window frame with the aesthetic.
Yes. Yes.
Would there be windows in the attic?
And the front and the back. The front and the back. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the testimony is. There's not going to be any windows.
We're not going to get yeah. I mean, if anything, maybe just hold us here.
Well, they can do vents. There's a lot of different venting things, and if you allow the availability on the front and the back for windows, I think you can have a building that provides the homeowner and the neighbor.
Besides the fact you need windows all night.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll need the window.
Okay, is anyone have any questions?
Can't hear you.
The applicant indicated that it's going to be selling.
Selling house? No, okay. Can anyone answer the question? I have an ask for a motion. There's only anyone ask for a motion? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve this application with the steps of Vice Chief.
Okay.
What did we discuss as far as vegetation on the site?
Vegetative buffers around the property.
Vegetation buffers and no side borders?
And no access.
No access to the attic, you said that?
There will be steps to the attic in the middle of the attic,
Yes.
but not directly from downstairs.
And then the
And the other standard condition,
No
1/3.
attic windows.
A gas attic windows.
No, yes, attic,
Yeah.
not on the side. So they can.
The attic is going to be the front and the back of the house, not the side of the house.
So there's no attic windows on the sides of the house.
The front and the back, yes.
Okay, I'll second.
I have a, what?
Landscape.
I got it.
Yeah.
The vegetative buffer would be reviewed
Okay,
and
so I
approved
have
by
a
the
motion
town.
from Mayor Gillian and a second from Vice Chair. Can I have a roll call, please, Madam Secretary?
This was the third break.
Got it.
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Naftali?
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat?
Yes.
Mr. Inger?
Yes.
Mr. Gross?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Before I go, I just want to make a quick comment, and that's basically that, looking at the house at 25 Forest Drive and 26 Forest Drive, I understand what the community's talking about, but the Lakewood of, 10, 20, 30 years ago is no longer the Lakewood today. We have to look more at a community where we can actually fit what fits within the community and the confinements. Therefore, I'm going to vote yes on this application as a result of that.
Okay.
Chairman, did you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Halberstam?
Thank you.
Okay, can I move ahead? We're gonna move on to, old business, 4124 Very Pine Street.
307 Pine Street, lot 77, 4.04, lot 18, Art. R10 zone, preliminary and final major subdivision, tax from R75/R10. Preliminary and final major subdivision.
Back to four. Jeremy, what do we do? We're back to four.
Who's on the here?
This is a use variance application. I do have, for the record, I have certifications from Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Brady that they listened to the tape from last meeting, so they're ready to vote. But now you only have 4 people here, and you need 5 votes. So you're gonna have to wait. What are you gonna do?
Who's here, how many more members from Kent are not here today?
Hal Housen.
And Mr. Lamprey, I guess.
And Mr. Lester.
I didn't hear you, Frank.
We could have 6.
As far as I know, there's some conflict for Mr. Lamprey and Mr. Halverson. If not, then you got 6.
September 9th.
September 9th.
Good question. Good question. Good question.
Nobody's interested.
Is Mr. Langley definitely not coming this evening at all?
I don't know.
He's not that.
Who's not coming tonight?
I have no idea.
Is it possible to take a 5-minute break for this because of conflict? So we can see somebody else. The next meeting,
We can do that, we don't have to do that now.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is, I sort of want to put something in place, something like that, we need to put something in so we can move forward. I have a problem because we barely squeaked forward with our contract by starting, that's why we did it. It wasn't because we're trying to be difficult. So now I have, a host of problems with our seller if he's gonna wait that long as well. So I really need to be able to tell him that if it is September 9th, we have something in place.
So Randy will call Alice
No problem.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. No, wait, Brand. Mr. Langley wasn't here last meeting, was he? Well, then he didn't hear the application last month.
Motion on Al Allison.
for 5.
Going out for 5.
You don't mind waiting.
Yes.
We go overboard tomorrow.
Maybe we have 5, you can forward.
I have no choice.
Tell Fred I can put Hal on the speakerphone if he can't.
Maybe, Jerry just recommended that we put him on speaker.
What about, we'll put him on a cell phone if he can't physically come here today?
I have no problem with that.
And, because you heard last month that he could do tonight.
And he is here. So fine.
Able to do anything.
Except when he's done. I want to go on record.
My apologies, Mr. Geller, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I do apologize. We would respectfully request that since we are entitled to get 7, if you would please try to get 3 members on the planning board, so we can get a 7-member board. We are entitled to that as a use variance. So if we're gonna do it right, let's do it right. To hold it. So we respectfully say that we have no further notices, that it will be put down for September 9th. And if you could please get 3 members to the planning board to come over and fill the board, so that instead of, we have a board of 7 instead of 4.
So, in regular plain language, you're agreeable to move forward with 5 members?
No.
Okay, fine, fair enough, fair enough.
September 9th.
So September 9th. We have a motion, we heard the September 9th motion from Mayor.
Give no further notice.
No further notice, waiver of time.
And waiver of time.
Mayor Gelli and
All in favor?
Okay, anyone that's here in this room for appeal number 4124, that hearing will be heard on September 9th, back here in this boardroom. Thank you, good night. Moving forward, 4114, 118 Ocean Avenue, LLC.
Only in restaurants, and I only go to fancy
Proceedings. Thank you. Can I ask everyone to please exit quietly? Thank you.
Chairman, we're ready? Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, Miriam Weinstein on behalf of the applicant, along with co-counsel.
Michael J. Gross, Mr. Darren Allen, C-Slab, co-counsel to the applicant. Preliminary matter, I note there are a number of signs in the room. I believe that legally those are testimony. Signs are not allowed if they advocate a petition for planning board or board of adjustment. So I would request that the board order the signs be removed.
Jerry, are you agreeing?
Let's just hear the application, Mike. Let's just go over it.
So let's move on.
Thank you. We appeared before this board several months ago seeking use variance relief, actually a density variance, for 10 single-family homes applying the standards of the R12 zone in this R20/40 zone for property on Spruce Street. Just to remind the board of the precise location of this property. The signs make noise. I would really ask the board to just ask them at least to keep the signs quietly, because it definitely needs to clear. To remind the board of the precise location of this property, this parcel is literally next door to the Lakewood Commons Affordable Housing Project, and this property was also carved in half by the improvement of Washington Avenue, the road that leads directly into the Lakewood Commons Affordable Housing Development, one of the densest developments in Lakewood Township. So I think we can all agree that this is hardly a location for the most exclusive homes in Lakewood. Yet the neighbors who own homes on the block of Spruce Street between Washington Avenue and the dead end were extremely vocal. They were extremely vocal in their opposition to our application. We have attempted to work with these neighbors. In fact, that was the very reason we carried this application last month, to try to work with these neighbors. We haven't had much success, and as you can see, they've kind of brought a circus in with them tonight. This time, we are seeking 9 units rather than 10, and the configuration of the lot sizes is different. We have staggered the homes such that the one on the block between Washington Avenue and the dead end will be a 30,000 square foot lot, in accordance with the lot sizes of the neighbors who opposed the last application. We did that so as not to create any precedent that there would be anything smaller than 30,000 square feet on that block. I remind the board that almost none of the lots on this block conform to the standards of the R40 zone, and that the neighbors themselves said that 30,000 square feet was acceptable to them. Then along Washington Avenue, and literally butting up to Lakewood Commons, we are proposing two 15,000 square foot lots. From Spruce Street, you'd really only see the one lot. That one lot will be 100 feet in width, and so it would conform with all the other lots along that block, because the other ones are 100 by 300. This one will be 100 by 150. From Spruce, it will look the same as the others. The other 15,000 square foot lot is on Washington Avenue, which literally is that roadway that leads into Lakewood Commons and is literally next door to Lakewood Commons. Finally, on the area that's between Vine Avenue and Washington Avenue, which is bounded by the R12 zone, and the Mays Kayla School across the street, we are proposing 10,000 square foot lots. So 6 10,000 square foot lots on that property. With that, I'd like to ask to have Brian Flannery, our first witness, sworn.
Mr. Flannery, do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth so help you God?
I do. Brian Flannery, Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer and professional planner.
Mr. Liston is approaching.
Yeah, we're starting this application over again, I assume. I just wanted to raise the issue, as I did by letter of June 7th, 2019, of the fact that this board really shouldn't hear this case again because of the doctrine of res judicata. This is essentially almost the same application as the last time, only it's worse from the zoning standpoint. I don't recall whether there was a ruling on that or not the last time.
Mr. Liston, why don't you, for the record, indicate who you represent?
Yes, I represent
Mrs. Zaks and
Mrs. Zaks. Yes.
I think I indicated to you previously, I do not find this to be a res judicata situation. There's less lots now than there were previously when it was denied. So,
it wasn't denied, it was postponed in any case. Oh, no, last month.
No.
Okay, so I would agree then.
Sorry, I just want that on the record for purposes of an appeal.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Flannery, you've been sworn in.
Yes, I have 3 exhibits marked. 81 is a copy of the map that was submitted. It clearly shows the outbound of the 2 tracks on each side of Washington in orange, and in pink it shows the new lots that would be created. As can be seen, as Miriam had indicated, as we go up Spruce Street toward the dead-end portion from Washington, along Washington there are 100 foot wide by 150 feet deep. The one into the that cul-de-sac is 100 foot by 300 foot, consistent with the few homes that are built up the street. And then we have on the other side, on the other block that abuts Vine, we have 6 lots, 100 by 100 lots. This is a, and I should point out, it sounded from Mr. Liston like this was a continuation of an application. This is a new application that is substantially different from the one that was denied by the board. It's a less lot, it's a totally different configuration, and it provides transitioning that contemplates not setting a precedent down Spruce Street on some of the undeveloped areas. A2 is a copy of the tax map, sheet 113 of the tax map, and it shows the subject property. It shows Lakewood Commons. To the south, it's designated as an RM. It should be pointed out that the Township Committee just introduced an ordinance to change that back to the R40/20C. It was changed to RM by the 2017 master plan. And the developers of that tract realized that the affordable housing project that they're being constructed and is not finished is permitted under the R40/20C, which is what this was built in, the same designation that our property is in, but it's not permitted in the RM. So that they've made a determination that that was a mistake to change it to RM. Apparently, when that was being done, it looked like, well, we have townhouses, we have dense development, let's call it an RM, but that's an R40-20 zone, and the development that's there is permitted in the R40-20 zone. Then we show to the west is the R12 area, and you can see clearly on there why we're transitioning, because the houses that are developed further down, and you can see that on A3, which is a Google map, and you can see the few houses that are built there, and then the cemetery at the end of the street. So the logic is that from Washington Street east, you have 100-foot wide lots. Looking at the report that was prepared by the board engineer, he indicates that this is a property in the R40Z, and we're here for a density variance because the density that's permitted by the R40 is 0.92 dwelling units per acre, and we're requesting 9 dwelling units on the property, which is 3.27 dwelling units per acre. It's a property that, due to its location, as Miriam pointed out, the entrance and or exit to that property runs right through the two lots and impacts each of the lots. Therefore, creating a very logical argument that making 100 by 300 foot lots along that road where all the traffic comes by and all the residents joining it that was built in, and again in the same R40-20C zone, it doesn't make sense. It's not where somebody that built a house like the residents that built the house down the street would want to build that type of house. It's heavily trafficked, and it's a transition between the two areas. The A2 also shows Pine River Village to the north, which is an R20, and again, that was developed with a much denser development. So we're sandwiched in between two denser developments. We have all the green area that's shown on A2 is undeveloped property, and what we heard last time an application was presented on this property was that if this is approved, all that property down the street would change and it would ruin the neighborhood. This sets the precedent that if you're on Spruce Street, you do east of Washington, you do 100-foot wide lots. Looking to the master plan with respect to reasoning for the application that's submitted and special reasons to justify the variance, you don't have to look any further than page 2 on the background information. It indicates Lakewood's population has experienced marked growth in the recent years. It goes on indicating that looking ahead, it's anticipated it will continue to grow. And on page 3, after it tells you how many births there are, it says based on this information, it's therefore important that Lakewood plans for residential development to house its growing population. If we look at this zone, what other permitted uses are, because it's my opinion that 40,000 square foot lots don't make sense there, that would be one on each lot. You look at the other permitted uses, it's places of worship, public and private schools, the planned affordable residential development, which was used by Lakewood Commons, and childcare. And any of those uses there are going to provide traffic impacts and aesthetic impacts far in excess of what is being proposed here. The master plan continues on page 7 under the vision statement, encourage growth and development in appropriate locations consistent with established land uses. And it's my opinion that we're doing that here because we're transitioning the development from the Lakewood Commons to the existing single-family homes on Spruce Street. Encourage development and redevelopment based on smart growth planning principles such as a balanced mix of land uses, pedestrian-friendly, transient-oriented environments with a sense of place. And I think this would create that sense of place. The residents coming out of Lakewood Commons aren't going to be looking at one house on each side of the street on this 30,000 square foot lot. We're not going to have to find two owners to each build on a 30,000 square foot lot where they have that traffic and that kind of intensity. On page 8, under master plan strategies, create a range of housing opportunities and choices. This does it transitions the uses, so we have a 30,000 square foot lot, we have two 15,000 square foot lots, and then we have 6 10,000 square foot lots. So we're providing those housing opportunities. Strengthen and direct development toward existing communities, and we have the break in the communities. We have the Pine Acres above us, we have Lakewood Commons below us, we have the Spruce Street, Pine River Village, right? Thank you. And we have in the Vine Street area, the community that's there. So this would provide housing opportunities that would fit into that area. Under housing strategies, provide opportunities for all groups, family sizes, and income levels. That's on page 9. And then we look at the municipal land use law, NJAC 40:55D2, under the purposes of the Act, to guide municipal action, to guide the appropriate use and development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And it's my testimony that this does this because it meets the master plan objectives. It provides for the general welfare. C is provide adequate light, air, and open space. The smallest lot sizes we're proposing are 10,000 square foot lots. We put duplexes on 10,000 square foot lots. So obviously, if you have adequate light, air, and open space on a 10,000 square foot duplex lot, you're going to have it on each of these 10,000 square foot lots, on each of the 15,000 square foot lots, and on the 30,000 square foot lot. Provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses. And this provides for that, the varied use of the residential opportunities. Promote a desirable visual environment through creative techniques and good civic design and arrangements. And again, the transitioning of this, the way it transitions from the Lakewood Commons, the way it respects the Spruce Street resident, in my opinion, that satisfies. So the municipal land use law says, in particular cases and for special reasons, under D5, an increase in the permitted density may be allowed, as long as we can show the relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intended purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. And it's my testimony that an application like this that's tailored to transition between these uses certainly complies with that. It's my testimony that this is a particularly suited site because the only other thing that I would see going here would be a school. And in my professional opinion, being familiar with Lakewood for a long time, a school in this location is going to create more aesthetic and traffic problems than the 9 houses that we proposed. When you're looking for the special reasons, normally it would be you'd either look at an inherently beneficial use, which the houses are not, and a school, which is an inherently beneficial use, is permitted here by ordinance, and you could fit on each of those lots. So we all know neighborhoods that have the schools in them. The neighborhood that I lived in on Drake Road, it was a 40,000 square foot lot area, and the neighbors said, we can't change it, we want 40,000 square foot lots. What got built there was schools. And the schools created such traffic problems that all those neighbors said that we can't change it, all got together and said, well, let's change it. And they presented to the township to change the zone there just to stop these schools that were being there. So I think when the neighbors here are objecting, I think they may be counterproductive in that I think if they were to take an objective look at this, I think they see that it respects their neighborhood. The Lakewood Master Plan of 2017 indicates this property was in the Oak Street Forest. and it says the intent of the Oak Street Core is to incorporate existing and improved developments and community facilities in a new mixed-use core in a comprehensive and coordinated plan that promotes smart growth and sustainability. And it's my testimony that does this. One of the maps that was in the smart growth plan showed the one block here as being in a buffer. And typically, if the town wants to designate private property as a buffer and zone it out of use, which they didn't do, they didn't change the zone. They had shown a buffer all along the Lakewood Commons, and they just extended that buffer through the applicant's property to Spruce Street, which, in my opinion, that would serve no useful purpose. It would be an extravagant waste of township funds to buy that, and I think it was merely an oversight. But I want to present to the board that is what you saw. Yes. It is block 837, and it shows block 837 all the way along Vine, and the board's familiar with that. That's where the Lakewood Commons runs southerly, and it makes sense between Lakewood Commons and Vine Street to have a buffer, because that's providing a transition to the homes on the other side of Vine Street. There would be no reason to have a buffer on this property, which is why from the smart growth plan to the 2017 master plan, that was dropped. But I'm bringing it up because I'm testifying about the Oak Street Core, and I know I have two planners behind me that have both studied the Oak Street Core and the master plan. And as soon as I mention the Oak Street Core, somebody's going to say, well, yeah, the Oak Street Core said this should be a buffer. And I want to point out that my opinion is that designation is a mistake, and I think that's followed through by the 2017 master plan, which did not include any recommendation to make this property a buffer, because it would be a buffer from a road, a buffer between road to road.
I just have a question for you. Need that?
Yes.
I mean, I for one voted last time for the previous application. But if you went over that to, I for one voted last time for the previous application. But if you went ahead and you went to satisfy the neighbors, can you please help me understand? Instead of making 2 15s, why didn't you make 2 30s? And then those other 10s on the other side of the street? What did you try to show between 130 and 2 15s?
Well, if I made a second 30, it would be 100 foot by 300 foot all along Washington Avenue. And somebody buying that lot, instead of having a nice side yard with another house next to it, is going to have all the traffic from Washington Avenue in their, whatever that's going to be, a side yard or rear yard. It's not logical. It makes sense that we're transitioning. So we're transitioning from 30 to 15 to 10. We're putting 2 along Washington Avenue because the neighbors to the south in Lakewood Commons, when they drive on Washington, they're going to see 2 houses on one side, 3 houses on the other side. When you turn down Spruce Street, you're going to see 1 house and 1 house, and then you get to all the neighbors.
So you did more for an aesthetic look, driving down Spruce Street? Is that what it is?
Well, you're asking why there's 2 lots on Washington rather than 1.
Right.
And I think all the reasons I testified from the master plan that advocates housing opportunities, and as a transition from the affordable housing to Spruce Street, I think 2 houses makes more sense.
Okay.
Right.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm saying I understand the 6 houses here than the 10,000 square foot. You hear me now? What zone is that in?
Well, currently it's in an R40 zone.
Okay. So what I thought I understood from you was that you want to transition from 30 to 15 to 10 because it's wrapped around from an R12 zone.
Well, there's R12 as shown on A2,
right.
But it's more the transition from the affordable housing zone, which this is actually their entrance. When they put this road in there, it makes the applicant's property sort of part of their development. And so transitioning from their development of over 15 units per acre to the surrounding development, I thought the 100-foot wide lots make sense.
And going from 15 to 10 instead of like 15 to 12, what was the logic behind that?
Well, the last application we came in, and again, we're looking at utilization of both tracks together. We could have come in with these separately, and then the neighbors would have had to hire their experts twice because we would have done 2 applications. It would get litigated twice, and it would, it would just double the.
Sir, stop doing that, or we will get rid of all the signs. This gentleman right here, at the second row with Spruce Street signs. Stop doing that, or we'll get rid of all the signs. Got it?
So that would double the by doing it in 2 separate applications. We thought this way, none of the neighbors from Vine Street came and said it looks too intense, and we had 5 units over on that side. So we had 5 units on this side, which we reduced to 3, and we picked up 1 unit on the other side. And we thought as a transitioning and respecting the Spruce Street neighborhood and establishing the precedent that east of Washington on Spruce Street, the properties would be treated differently.
Anyone else?
Yes. I just want to reiterate a comment from last time, which is the north or west section. If you look at the properties to the south, which you don't fit on the map, you can see it down the bottom corner over there. Those are township-owned properties that were clearly intended to be a buffer between low-income development.
You're not going through?
What?
You're not coming through?
It's intended to be a buffer between the low-income development of Lakewood Commons and the rest of Spruce Street. This corner property over here, while privately owned, I'm sure that the township intended that it would remain a buffer because it would never be so overly developed like that. That's my first observation. The second observation is I'm not going to argue whether this is raised judicata or not. That's important. But the fact of the matter is that you just went down by one property. And why do you think the board should all of a sudden go and say, okay, one property, we had issues, we heard from the neighbors, everybody was upset about the situation the way it was. Wouldn't it make sense to come back with, instead of 6 properties, maybe 4 on the northwest property?
Well, the testimony and the objections we heard, none of them were on that side. None of them were from the west. The objections that we heard were people from the east. And what we did is we respected the testimony of the people from the east. And we provided a 30,000 square foot lot. We took a block which we thought should have R12 lots, and we made one a 30,000 square foot lot, which is what they think they should all be, and 2 15,000 square foot lots. If you look at A2, that westerly block is not part of the neighborhood at all. It's across the street from Rabbi Shankalevsky's school.
It's also north of that buffer zone too. You're not addressing that.
Well, it's north of the buffer zone, and the buffer zone is clearly to buffer the affordable housing from the Vine Street properties, the existing homes on Vine Street. There's nothing to buffer on this property for the Vine Street properties other than Washington Avenue, which the township and the developer of Lakewood Commons had no qualms about putting this road through there and impacting these 2 properties. So to a suggestion of that being made a buffer, I wouldn't understand what we were buffering from.
And why, you also never provided any comment about the grading, the fact that Washington drops like it does. Now you only have 5 properties.
5 properties on there. We're in Lakewood, and we're spoiled by everything being flat. If you go to many towns in New Jersey, the grades that are on Washington Avenue all of their streets are like that. From an engineering perspective.
You have that much traffic exiting out, plus 5 cars, 10 cars backing out into Washington with very little sight.
And if the board acted favorably on the application, when the applicant came back with plans, they would be turnarounds. So you're right, there's a lot of traffic on that road, and there's going to be a lot of traffic whether there's one house or 5 houses. As proposed, it would be 2 houses, but
and 3 on the other side, 5.
right. No, I'm saying the way it currently exists, there could be 2 houses. So if there were 2 houses on it, or the 5 houses that we're proposing, it's the same situation. It has to be provided for, and if the board acted favorably, we would come back with an application, we could show how there were turnarounds, and people could safely exit onto that road, because I know we're going to hear later how that's a unique road, and Spruce Street is unique, and they're the most heavily traveled and dangerous in Lakewood. But I go to a lot of meetings in Lakewood, and probably half the neighborhoods I go to say the same thing about their street. And in order to develop and accommodate that, there's engineering standards, and as far as the grading and suiting houses on there, with my many years of experience, I can assure you that we could submit plans that would be reviewed and approved by your professionals that would provide for safe ingress and egress on there with the grades that I don't find excessive, because in my many years of designing, I've done a lot of work in towns where the grades are like that on most streets.
I'm a little skeptical because you're bifurcating this application, because I'm a little skeptical that you could show something like that, because I know how that area looks.
Well, and I do a lot of applications to this board, and there's bifurcated applications.
Not shooting the bifurcation, but over here, this specific problem would require some sort of showing of how it's going to how you're going to satisfy it.
And the applicant is certainly agreeable to a condition in the resolution that says any approval is subject to the submission at time of subdivision plans of applications indicating that there's safe ingress and egress. It's something that's done all the time, and you could ask your engineer if he feels that there's a potential that we can't put the 5 houses on that street and have them have sufficient turnaround. You can get an unbiased opinion from your engineer on if that would work, because he's got years of experience also, and I'm sure he's worked in other towns where they're not flat like Lakewood that everybody's used to. It just goes up a little and down a little, and everything is easy.
Mr. Flannery, what's there's single-family homes on the north side of Spruce?
On the north side of Spruce, there's 3 single-family homes.
What are the approximate dimensions of those lots?
The typical is 100 by 300. Then there's one down the end by the cemetery. I'm not sure what their lot size is.
So the lots directly across this property, up across the street on Spruce, you're saying those are 100 by 300 foot building lots?
Well, it's not across the street from us. The green lots that are shown on A2 are vacant properties. So there's a 225 by 500, a 250 by 500 that are vacant. Then there's a home sitting on block 841 that the ownership is listed as a congregation, and that's a 250 by 500. Then there's another vacant one to the east of that on block 842. There's a home on 849 that's 100 by 300, which is about 800 feet down the street, and the rest of that block is vacant. You go to block 851, another 100 by 300 home with the rest of the block vacant.
How about the blocks on the south side of Spruce, block 835, 34?
Block 835 has a vacant 100 by 300, and then Mr. Zaks lives in the adjoining 100 and 25 by 300. Block 834 is vacant. Block 833 is vacant. Block 832 has 200 by 300 existing residents, and block 831 has 200 by 300 residents.
Well, aren't those houses substantially larger than the proposed lots that you're supposed to be in the It's 10,000 versus 30,000.
The 100 by 300s are consistent with what we are proposing to the east of Washington Avenue.
One lot.
One lot. And east of Washington Avenue is where the objectors were. Across the street from the lot that we're proposing, the 100 by 100, is a school to the north. And to the west of that is 12,000 square foot lots. So we've heard testimony when it was last presented, and you'll hear testimony this evening about the amount of traffic that's on Washington Avenue. And that traffic creates a situation where to the east on Fruit Street is the cul-de-sac that these neighbors live in that they're trying to preserve. To the west is not part of a cul-de-sac. It's part of a throughway. The traffic comes down Vine Street, it turns on Spruce Street, and then it goes out on Washington Avenue. So our logic in proposing this application, as opposed to last time where it was all 12,000 square foot lots, as a transition and something that makes sense instead of a school, was to present an application that recognizes the Spruce Street area, sets a precedent of not establishing, and mainly for all the green area that you see on A2, that it should be 12,000 square foot lots, establishing a pattern that 100 foot wide lots is all that was approved east of Washington. And when you look at the other permitted uses.
Excuse me. Thank you.
When you look at the other uses, in my professional testimony, as I testified, is that it's an appropriate transition.
Does anyone have any further comments? Okay.
I think there was a question to Dave that he started answering.
Mr. Grosser, can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
About grading, I said?
grading on whether or not you felt that, did you review the grading on the substation?
Well, it's only a variance plan, there isn't grading. However, I can tell you, I'm very familiar with Washington and the comments from reviewing that before the planning board. Washington is steep by Lakewood standards. However, it's not too steep where you can't, when you prepare a subdivision plan, have a grading plan to show how it will work. And that's why when we review grading plans, we look for not only views to be shown, but the contour lines, spot elevations, the proposed floor elevations. Those are all important to look at the whole picture, to see if it works. And in order for them to go forward with a major subdivision later on, they would have to prepare all those items for review.
But it is possible.
It absolutely is possible. Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Fine. We're going to open to the public or Ms. Wilson?
Well, we have a traffic engineer.
Oh, you have a traffic engineer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to call Justin Taylor from Dynamic Traffic, if I could ask that he be sworn.
Mr. Taylor, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you could qualify him as an expert, Mr. Taylor, if you could just tell us who you work for, how long you've been working there, and what your credentials are for the board.
Absolutely. I'm a principal in the firm of Dynamic Traffic. I'm practicing traffic planning for approximately the last 19 years. I'm a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, as well as a certified traffic operations engineer for 362 transportation engineers. That's dozens of boards throughout the state of New Jersey, on behalf of applicants and boards. I have the pleasure of being here at the zoning board,
You did testify for another Lakewood Planning Board?
Yep.
So you are familiar with, working with Lakewood?
Yes, I am.
Does anyone have any further questions? Okay, no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, if you could just describe your findings in the traffic study for the board.
Absolutely.
There's been no foundation. What did he do? What did he look at? What did he consider? Not here are my conclusions.
Well, I don't know that it's here, Mike.
It's just starting now. Let him start, and then we're gonna continue.
He's gotta lay out foundation.
Mr. Listen, he did not, I think he got 2 sentences in, but he didn't say he was gonna do his conclusions. I would hope this engineer would start by saying, what did you do, what did you see, that kind of thing.
That's where I was starting. So I can start at the beginning. As a traffic engineer, we really have a couple metrics that we want to look at for a new development. We want to take a look at the trip generation characteristics of the proposed site. We want to look at the safety of access to and from the site. I kind of want to unpack that into 2 aspects and we'll do it in a few minutes. From a traffic perspective, we would normally look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers for trip generation projections for residential. However, knowing Lakewood's unique
One second. Can anyone please refrain from speaking? Thank you.
knowing the unique characteristics of residential units within Lakewood, we actually look to trip generation rates published by Ocean County. They developed specifically for Lakewood to be utilized with houses that may have the basement apartments. And so we looked at that to determine how much traffic this project will generate. Based upon the rates as proposed by Ocean County, the 9 lots proposed could generate 13 trips for 3 entering and 10 exiting trips during the morning peak hour, and 18 total trips, or 12 entering and 6 exiting during the evening peak hour. Now, the Institute of Transportation Engineers has set a threshold of what a significant impact to an intersection, or when an intersection needs to be studied. That threshold is 100 new trips through an intersection. So if you look at what they require, or what they have determined should be studied, you find that we fall drastically below that number. And it can be inferred based on that the impact of 13 or 18 trips is going to have an insignificant impact on the surrounding roadway network. Now, Mr. Flannery has testified and laid the groundwork that there are other permitted uses in the zone. We could construct schools on each one of these pieces of property. So we had the ability to, utilizing the various requirements of the zone, to come up with what we thought, from a development perspective, you could do, of about 24 classrooms on each block. That's based on the floor area ratios allowed, providing parking, buses, turnarounds, and that area. At a ratio of 1 student, or 10 students for 1 teacher, we're talking about 480 students in those 2 blocks. So if we would generate traffic for that, you're looking at 322 trips during the morning peak hour, and 82 trips during the evening peak hour, or 309 more trips than what's proposed during the morning, and 64 more trips than what is proposed in the evening. So based on that, the permitted uses in the zone would have much more impact on the surrounding roadway network than what's actually being proposed. As I said, the other aspect that we really want to look at is the safety and operation of these access points. Now, a lot of times we deal with a larger development. We would run capacity analysis. We would take the trip generation surcharge on the roadway and run capacity analysis. When you're talking about single-family driveways, that's not really the right method to use, because it's always going to give you a loss search. Talk about 1 car, maybe 2 that peak hour. What we want to look at is more of a safety aspect. To do that, we reached out to the Lakewood Township Police Department and got accident data for the last 2 years along both Vine Street and Spruce Street, where there are similar single-family homes and driveways, and the exact same traffic patterns that would be subject to these proposed lots. What we find is over the last 3 years, there were 3 accidents, along Spruce Street that involved vehicles backing in or turning out of single-family homes, and there were 0 accidents over that 3-year span on Vine Street. And what that really shows is that while there is traffic on these roadways, and it is busy during the community hours. The safety operation of these driveways is not an issue. Their vehicles are able to exit and enter the single-family homes without any impact. So looking at those two things, the development as proposed, one will not have any detrimental impact from a traffic perspective on the surrounding roadway network, and the driveways will operate safely and efficiently. Now, one thing that we didn't take into account, but really should be noted, is that the traffic patterns out here are really subject to change with the phase 6 approval for Lakewood Commons. And as part of that, the roadway network is going to be completed within the Lakewood Commons to give multiple access points. So this doesn't function as Washington Avenue doesn't function as the primary access to the site. So what that'll actually do is serve to diminish the traffic along the property frontages of this subject property. And so it'll increase the safety and operation of the proposed driveways. So in a nutshell, with the different varying metrics that we look at as a traffic engineer, I don't see any detrimental impact to granting the use variance that's proposed.
Okay. So you're saying whatever the traffic rate today is, these extra homes will not create any substantially worse?
That's correct.
Okay, so if it's, what is it today, A, B, C, whatever?
You're probably
excuse me, can somebody go outside and please be quiet? Please go out and come, be quiet. Or else I'll call the cops. Come down.
So currently, what you're looking at in the surrounding roadway intersections are C's and D's. They're basically C's and D's based on the most recent study that was conducted for the Lakewood Commons. And what we find is the 18 points, and as they distribute out, they're not all going to go through the intersection of Vine and Spruce. Some are going to travel south along Vine, or they're going to go north across Washington and head north. So the 4, 5, 6 cars, a car in 10 minutes, really is going to have no noticeable impact on the operation of any of the intersections in the surrounding area.
So it'll stay with C's and D's?
That's correct.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead.
That would be true if you're just talking about the volume and added volume. However, if you're talking about on a busy road, cars.
Mayor, you're not going to
If you're talking on a busy road, cars backing out of their driveways and stopping cars from going down Washington, what's the impact of that?
So Washington actually currently carries less traffic than Vine does. And so while there are no driveways directly backing onto Washington, so you couldn't really study that. The fact that there are 0 accidents along Vine, which carries almost 4 times the amount of traffic that Washington does.
But doesn't have that many driveways.
Vine has more driveways along our property front.
Vine only has driveways on the west side of Vine. On the east side, there's that buffer zone that I was talking about.
That's correct.
So you only have driveways on one side of the street. And most of those houses are not newer houses with four cars. Most of them are not don't have rentable basements. So most of them are 2 cars, less cars backing out, and larger driveways because they're older houses. When you get further down to the open Vine development, there's nothing backing out onto Vine because of that. They're all backing onto the small streets over there. So my concern is that are we accounting for the fact that in all likelihood, no matter what kind of engineering or driveways we make, we're not going to be able to enforce the bad habits of people backing out onto a street and snarling up traffic that's trying to exit from a very dense development, Lakewood Commons.
So to just go through the numbers that were utilized and that were counted as part of the Lakewood Commons project. Along Vine Street,
Where are those numbers coming from? Is that from the county?
These numbers are coming from a report prepared by Donna Ray Associates. And dated.
Wait. You're not part of that, right?
No, utilizing published documentation.
Mr. Listen, that's better for cross-examination.
Right.
You can't testify.
You just got to say exactly. listen, can you wait till you finish and then you cross-examine as much as I.
Testifying from a report that he
That's
did
fine.
not
So you-
prepare.
That's fine. You'll cross-examine him when you find copies, and you'll bring that up. No problem with that. Go ahead.
So, utilizing the numbers, along Vine Street, you're talking about approximately 600 cars during any of the peak hours, right, with the vehicles back to even out of that. Along Washington Avenue, you're talking about between 200 and 300 cars during peak hours, so between a third and half of that. So I feel that while the volumes are higher on Vine Street, you really correlate that to what's on Washington Street, and the fact that a car or two backing out during the peak hour isn't going to have a safety impact. I think what's even more apparent is if you look along Spruce Street, and you're talking about between 500 and 700 cars, and still only having 3 accidents over that 3-year span, shows that there really isn't a safety issue with vehicles backing to or from the proposed development.
So you've given a few examples I saw in your testimony, in your report over here, of the accidents that happened. And one of them is a head-to-head accident. The other one, I'm not sure, can't really figure out from the drawing. Looks like it was a backing out situation. And the other one was a corner situation where one car came into oncoming traffic. What you're saying is that, and where are these located in reference to these houses that you want to build? Where do these accidents happen?
So the first accident is located 500 feet east of Route 9 along Spruce.
So it's all the way down Spruce?
That's correct. The second accident is located 500 feet west of Cypress Avenue.
Which avenue?
Cypress.
Okay.
Further west.
The third accident is located 150 feet west of Vine. So we're coming east now as along Spruce Street. And the final accident that we observed was 40 feet east of Carroll Street. And what that shows is there aren't the accidents in the city of where we are, right? Even though there's residential development through that area and driveways along that area, there aren't the accidents, which is how I do my conclusion that the volume through this area and the entering and exiting movements from the proposed site isn't going to be an anti-safety.
How do you track the traffic flow, the general traffic flow of how people are driving through that area? What's concerning me over here is that you're looking at things that happen further to the west, where, frankly, people who live in that neighborhood know that if you want to get out of Spruce Street, you never go that way, because either you're going to have to cut through a parking lot and make an illegal left turn, or you're going to have to wait 6 to 7 minutes for the guy at the corner to play chicken and try to either turn left or right.
What was saying?
Thank you. That was the first time I got applause. My point is that what I'm concerned is that now we're creating a different traffic flow issue. We have Vine Street heading northish, southish, and then we have Washington as well. You have people going north on Vine Street and making that right turn because they got to go to Washington because somebody decided many years ago to put a high school where there should have been a road going to, right? So we have a very interesting traffic flow problem now that I don't know if we're accounting for with the study.
So I've been out there, I've done observations of the traffic flow, and you're right. The predominant movement is either northbound Vine to Washington or the reverse, with a fair amount of traffic heading east on Spruce that wants to turn left on Washington, right? So I go through that intersection. I think what needs to be, maybe a point I'm not getting across, is all the traffic is there, and all the accidents that we studied, if they were there, would show up in the data that I collected. I didn't ask the department to just look at in the proximity of Route 9. We asked for the accident data between Route 9 and Washington Avenue on Spruce, and between Spruce and Oak on Vine, to really get the whole area, make sure we're encompassing all of what is out there.
But why didn't you look at Pine Street? Because that corner of Washington and Pine right now is a highly accident-prone area.
Because I didn't think it was representative of the exact characteristics of what we're proposing. I mean, we're talking about a very specific area of town and the driveways that we're looking to put out from these single-family lots. And so I thought the best way to compare that would be to actually look in the exact same area and see if there was any issues that were going on.
I mean, it's pretty much the same distance going towards the north of Washington as it is going towards Route 9 to the west, or it's actually shorter distance.
But the residential characteristics and the traffic directly associated with the lots that are the subject of this application are what I was looking at. I understand there's traffic out there at Pine and 9. From a trip generation perspective or an operational perspective, the site, as proposed, is not going to create any detrimental impact because of the low trip generation associated with it. Car, like I said, every 10 to 15 minutes through any one of these intersections is not going to be noticeable.
Again, I agree with you on the trip generation. The fact that the density over there, that's not increasing it. My concern is the practical nature of the housing with smaller lots that are being proposed are the type which are going to have people backing out. Whereas when you have a larger lot, like the one that's proposed on the right, somebody backing out of that driveway is going to probably not going to back out of that driveway. They're going to have enough room to turn around and go out head first. That's my concern. Smaller lots on the side. So you're not really addressing that in your report.
Well, I mean, I think it correlates to the driveways that are across the street along Pine. So we're referring to. There are single-family lots along the whole section, the west side of Vine, in substantially similar to what's being proposed here, with vehicles backing onto Vine Street. And so the implication of those driveways is a similar impact to what we're proposing here. And their impact to traffic flow along Vine didn't create any safety issues. It would have showed up in the traffic data and the accident or the crash data as requested from the township. So based on the fact that those houses don't have any impact, didn't have any safety issues, I drew the conclusion that the driveways that we're proposing, the 3 driveways that are going to be along Vine, will have the same impact or no impact on that traffic flow.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just knowing the neighborhood. I feel that the data was a little cherry-picked because I think you should have taken into consideration what's happening on Pine Street as indicative of what happens when you have denser neighborhoods built on a street that's active.
Miriam, do you have any other professional witnesses? So if that's the case, I'm going to take a break and we'll come back in 15 minutes and we can continue to solicit Before we continue with 118 Ocean Avenue, appeal number 4114, I'd like to do some little housekeeping over here. I don't think we're going to get to much applications after this one, knowing that Ed is in the ballot box.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, I was just told by one of the people who live in this neighborhood that one of the members may have a conflict of interest by way of...
Wait a minute, he's talking about something else, Mr. Zulus. Can you take a step back? He's talking about the rest of the agenda. Just wait a second.
Therefore, I would like to ask anyone that I'm going to start from the bottom up and see if they want to table or if they want to wait it out. Okay? Appeal number 4126, Congregation Malasatoro. The next board meeting is September 9th.
I don't see my coins here, but I don't see any possibility of us hitting it, so I'm going to take the liberty of carrying it.
Okay, so can I have a motion to table appeal number 4126 due to the lack of time of getting to it tonight? Motion by Judah Revere, second. Second by Woody Gross, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Gillett?
With the applicant waiting.
Correct.
No further
No
notice.
further notice. Okay, all in favor? Aye. To be holding was tabled already. David Herzog, 4120. David Herzog, 4120.
Mr. Herzog?
September 9th.
September 9th? That's the next available date. Yeah,
That's the next available date.
we're going to carry that.
Motion to table, David Herzog, 4120, due to lack of time. Motion by Judah Ribbiat, second.
I'll second.
Woody Gross, Madam, all in favor? Aye. Hampton was tabled. 4127, Covington Village.
Gross, Brian.
Michael?
I think we might just stick around and see what happens.
You here anyway for this 4118?
Yeah.
Co-counsel.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll wait it out. If you get heard, you get heard. You here anyway.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Now, what is okay, what do you want to say? As long as it's not part of any of the testimony here, because we're missing a number.
Wait, where is Mr. England?
I don't know, which
He's stuck.
right, yeah, the grab it or call.
Just a moment, Mr. Liston, please.
Sure. Okay. Gotta wait for this version. What? Yeah, that's what I'm waiting. You want to pass on the cruise or something, maybe we should do that.
I can't hear you.
You want to have, discuss something about somebody that should recuse himself in this application.
What if it's Mr. England?
Is it?
It's not.
It's not.
I was just told this evening by one of the people who is not a client of mine, but who lives in this area and is an objector, that Mr. Gonzalez may have a conflict because of his employment as a property manager with a company that this gentleman, who's an objector, has an interest in. I'd like him to be sworn and put that on the record.
We can do that. Can you do that?
Mr. Gonzalez works for a company that does what?
Mr. Gonzalez works for...
Excuse me, once more.
I thought she was from Gonzalez. All right, if you're going to have to say this, gentlemen. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
And your full name is spell your last.
Avi Hirsch, Hirsch.
All right, and what's up?
Mr. Gonzalez was recently employed by a company called GSG Management to manage a property called Primrose Estates, both of which I have a substantial interest in.
So, what about those properties? I don't understand.
And where are those properties?
In all respects, he works for me.
So what? What if you did? What does that mean? Please, gentlemen, let's get to the bottom of it.
My understanding is that that creates a conflict. There's a possibility he's going to be voting on my behalf.
Are there properties within 200 feet of this property, or just because you're an objector?
I am an objector.
Okay. And that's the reason that you think he should recuse himself?
Correct.
Because he has a financial interest.
Who does?
Mr. Gonzalez.
In what?
In a business that this man owns.
But he's just lives. Did you know this before tonight?
I became aware of it. I knew it before tonight, but I guess I thought too.
I mean, have you known about it for at least the last 2 hours?
I've known about it the last 2 hours.
Before the application started?
I informed our attorney
while Mr.
Well, as
was going on,
we didn't want to interrupt.
He said that the hire only took place when?
I think it was a week and a half ago.
Well, it was more than 2 hours ago.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't. So the belief is that because Mr. Gonzalez works for a company that you're involved with, and you're an objector, that should preclude him from sitting on the board?
Correct. I just want to qualify when you say involved with. I am a partial owner of the company. It's not just I'm an employee there.
You're an employee or an owner?
I'm an owner.
He's an owner.
Okay.
Gonzalez is. I don't think it really matters whether or not it's the applicant or the objector. The idea is that we should have a board that has no financial interest with any of the people that are before us.
No, I don't necessarily agree with that. It's one thing if Mr. Gonzalez worked for the applicant. What if the gentleman didn't testify? What if he didn't want to testify? What if he was an objector? Would Mr. Gonzalez still have, because this man lives within 200 feet or so, I presume?
I've been an objector at every meeting about, that has, at the last 2 meetings, I've been an objector.
Mr. Gonzalez, raise your right hand. So do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Do you work for
Can
the...
I interrupt for a second? I remember you asking Mr. Liston who he represented, and not mentioned the man.
No, he doesn't represent the
I
gentleman.
don't represent.
He said he doesn't.
He called it to my attention.
Jerry,
Now, wait a minute, please. Mr. Gonzalez, do you work for this gentleman?
Apparently, I was hired by Primrose Place Apartments about a week and a half ago, Chair.
Okay. And
I had no idea that he was an owner. The gentleman hired me.
Now you know. Will that in any way affect you in hearing this application?
Well, I'm going to do 2 things. Number 1, I'll resign from the company. Number 1, which didn't work. And number 2, it will not affect me.
I'm sorry?
It will not affect my judgment in this application.
So you're saying that you've been...
As of right now, I no longer work for the company.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Liston, go ahead, sir.
At this point, I'd like to cross-examine Mr.
Flannery.
Recall writing a letter to the Lakewood Planning Board regarding master plan recommendations.
Guys, quiet, please. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
The letter dated August 9, 2017.
Don't remember the date, but I'm sure you'll,
I have a copy of it.
it was August 9th, 2017.
Okay, and what was your recommendation then?
Rezone the area to R75.
Randy, you here?
And then you went on the second page and you made some other recommendations. Yes.
Yep, second page says, if this property was rezoned to R10, transition to single-family development area to the west with a reduction on block 836, located east of Washington. It says what's in the letter.
Okay, and what were those recommendations?
I don't understand
What were the recommendations that we made on the second page?
Let me read the whole thing so that you can see the concern.
Mr. Lissman, do you have copies of those letters for the board members?
I don't have one copy.
Or we're going to label that as 01, but you'll have to provide a copy of it tomorrow.
I will.
This letter indicates that initially it was requested to be R75, and then it was suggested to be R10 single family on one of the blocks and 12,000 square foot minimum on the other.
And which were the blocks, which was what? Then about blocks 836 and.
It says with restriction on block 836 located east of Washington Avenue, requiring that single-family residential development in this area shall be on minimum of 12,000 square foot lot.
And which of the two blocks is that?
Well, it's suggesting that the west block can be R10, the 10,000 square foot, and the east block can be 12,000 square foot lot.
And that recommendation was not acted on favorably by the planning board, is that correct?
That's correct.
And they recommended in the master plan and in the zoning, which was adopted later that year, that it be R4.
Well, they did not change it, so it stayed R40.
Okay. And have there been any other applications made to the planning board to change that since then?
I don't recall any other applications being made.
Okay. Have there been any applications made to change the master plan to go along with any of the recommendations on this?
I don't know if there have been any other recommendations made.
Okay. So, we failed to get the planning board to make those changes approximately 2 years ago, and the zoning ordinance is approximately now a year and a half old. You're now coming for a second time to the Board of Adjustment, making the same argument which has already been rejected in both the master plan and zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Well, isn't that the argument you're making? That
The question wasn't answered. That no, that's not correct.
what's different about it? What's different about what you're asking for now?
Well, what was asked for previously did not include a 30,000 square foot lot and 15,000 square foot lots. So it's different.
But it still is not consistent with the master plan that was recently adopted. Is that correct?
I read sections from the master plan that in my opinion, indicated consistency.
This property was recommended by you to be downzoned, and the planning board and the master plan didn't do it, and the township committee in the zoning ordinance didn't do it. They left it the way it is that correct?
That question's been asked and answered.
And the answer is yes.
The answer is they did not rezone.
All right, thank you. Well, I think, at this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call, I'd like to cross-examine the traffic expert that they brought up. I'd also like to indicate that this board and your secretary, the zoning officer, knew that I was in this case going back about 60 days. And I was not provided with copies of the traffic reports that were filed on July 2nd, 2019, and July 12th, 2019, with the board. I was not provided with copies of those. And I feel that I'm going to need to ask that the matter be adjourned so I can at least study this and see whether I think we need a traffic expert. You will recall the last time this was heard, there was no traffic expert. There was no report. And I think it's rather unfair that as recently as last week, when I asked for an adjournment because of a family situation that my client had, and I was turned down, that letter went to everybody, including Fran, and I still didn't get copies of these reports. So frankly, I feel a little bit ambushed by that. And I'm going to ask that before I cross-examine their traffic expert, I have the opportunity to reflect on these and see if my client needs to hire a traffic expert.
I hear you, and I will turn to Jerry for a moment to see if that's correct. Before we continue, did you ever ask Franny before the hearing, was there any new evidence submitted to the secretary or to myself?
No.
You were about, but as an attorney, did you, before coming to the hearing, did you ask the office, is there any new exhibits that I need to know about?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Do you have a traffic expert here this evening?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I don't, I'm just trying to be quick about this. I don't think that your client has the right. Now, whether the applicant's attorney, out of courtesy to another attorney, could have provided that to you as courtesy as well. I don't think that, just like we amend any plans that are amended more than 10 days before the hearing, the applicant doesn't, the objector doesn't have a right to have one sent to them. You go to the town hall 10 days after, within 10 days of the hearing, and you didn't do that. Now, could the attorney have been more courteous and perhaps one might say professional in giving you a copy? Perhaps, but that's not an obligation of the board. So I don't think we have the wherewithal or the right to adjourn the hearing.
Well, I think you have the right to adjourn the hearing. You may choose not to do it.
Okay.
Just like you had the right to adjourn the hearing when I asked that it be adjourned because of what Mr. Sachs had to do tonight that he missed. And coincidentally, it was interesting that an applicant asked for an adjournment from tonight's meeting for the very same reason, and he gave it to him. Right?
That's correct.
Yeah, but
No, this is school
Mr.
graduation.
Lewis, let's not waste any more time. The applicant in this case wouldn't agree with that. So the applicant in this case objected to your request to adjourn the hearing, and that's the issue we were left with. And I don't like if you're thinking that this board is ambushing you, let's all take a step back. All right?
Well, I think that situation can be easily corrected if you adjourn the matter and give me an opportunity to review these reports.
I will adhere to my attorney's advice and we're moving forward. The previous application was an applicant that had that matter, not an objector.
And there was no objections to that applicant requesting an adjournment.
So that was a good advice.
So what you're saying is the applicant always gets an adjournment, the objector never does. Is that right?
The objector doesn't have a right to ask for an adjournment without the consent of an applicant. You're right, Mr. Liston. Let's go. Come on.
All right. I'd like to cross-examine the traffic.
Mr. Taylor, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, that can begin with Taylor. Okay. Mr. Taylor, when were you first hired to get involved in this application?
It was probably about a month ago.
Probably about a month ago. Can you tell me the exact date that you were?
No, I don't have the information.
So that would have been around June 22nd.
It probably, yeah, it was about a month ago, maybe a month and a half.
Okay. And how many times did you visit the site?
3.
Okay, when were those visits?
I was there last Thursday morning. I was there about 2 weeks ago in the afternoon, and I drove through after the last hearing you and I were at the point where it's.
And what basis?
I don't know off the top of my head.
That was a drive-through. Was that your first time you drove through it?
Yes.
And then after that, you were moved to the next gate?
I was there approximately a half ago in
The date?
I don't know the exact date. It's a Thursday. I can pay that.
How do that count?
So I was there on, 27th June.
What time?
From approximately 8:30 to 9:30.
AM, PM?
AM, sorry.
And what was the date?
And I would have been there on the 2nd, from 3:30 to 4:30.
July 2nd.
July 2nd.
Okay. And how long were you there?
Now, probably an hour.
So you spent essentially 2 hours.
You guys got any closer to the lights?
You spent approximately 2 hours at the site, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you take any traffic counts?
I did spot counts.
What is a spot count?
I observed the counts for about 15 minutes, taking a look at the numbers and the traffic volumes coming to the front of the intersection.
Did you make any records?
No.
So you just kind of kept it in your head?
Yeah.
You didn't even write down how many cars you saw?
No, I did observations on the traffic patterns, the traffic flow into the intersection.
You didn't count any cars, is that right?
No.
And the traffic counts that you referred to in your testimony, you didn't do those counts, did you?
No, I did not.
You don't did them?
They were done by the Dun & Ray Associates.
Okay. McDonough & Ray Associates is the author of the July 2nd, 2019.
Yes, July
Okay.
2nd, 2019.
And when did you get that?
I got that, it would have been just after that. So probably the beginning of July.
And
Lakewood Commons, A6, okay, A6 is Lakewood Commons.
and who did the work on that?
What is it? It was signed by John Ray and Scott Henry of the Dun & Ray Associates.
Okay, and Scott Cannell, is he the one that did the accounts and actually authored the report?
I believe so, but I don't know the answer to that question. It's signed by John Ray and Scott Henry.
Okay, and Scott Cannell is not personal here.
I do not see a PE here, so.
And so that's why you're here, because you are personal here, is that correct?
That's not correct at all.
Well, why isn't Mr. Ray here?
He wasn't hired to do the job. I was contracted to do the traffic study for this project.
Okay, well, do you know why McDonough & Ray was let go?
application that they were hired to do for Lakewood Commons Phase 6.
Oh, okay. So that doesn't even have anything to do with this particular project?
Other than the traffic volume was counted recently in the area of such application.
And you didn't verify any of those traffic counts yourself, did you?
Based on the observations, I confirmed what we're seeing in traffic volumes in the report.
Based on 2 hours worth of observations?
That's right.
And you also rely on some county traffic information, you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and how old is that?
That's the current data that Ocean County publishes for fifth generation residential units in Lakewood.
What was the date it was published?
I received it from the county traffic engineer approximately a year and a half ago.
Okay, and so it's at least a year and a half old, is that right?
That's right.
And you didn't seek to update that?
No, because that's the data they require us to use for current applications at Ocean County.
Okay, and you didn't check with the county, you think that anything will come?
Yes, I work consistently with Ocean County.
Did you check for this particular application? Yes or no?
No.
That's all. Yeah, but I would like to have copies of these.
Can I just see that Ray, for a second? Thank you. So it's not just Hannah who's not a P.
No.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to call Elliot Sachs, who is my client.
Well, you're gonna have to introduce the video because
I was able to.
Mr. Zach, do you swear or affirm that the whole truth shall be guided? Z-A-K-S. The first name, sir?
Elliot.
One L?
E-L-L-I-O-T.
Two L's. Thank you.
63rd Street in Lakewood.
Okay, Mr. Sachs, you're, my client, you're an objector to this application, right?
That's correct.
In connection with your preparing policy, you arranged for a video to be made of traffic conditions in Lakewood.
That is correct.
And can you introduce the video by indicating by whom it was made, when it was made, and whether you were there?
I was there. It was made the day of the last meeting that was supposed to happen before they pushed it off. And we were standing on the corner of Spruce and Washington. Can we show the video? Great.
How long is the video, Mr. Zach?
3 minutes.
Have you stood and talked before?
Welcome to No Traffic. This is the site where they feel that it's a proper place to add more density. 6 more houses are going here because, as you can see, there is no traffic. There's no traffic issue here in Washington. Everything is bliss. Another day in the Caribbean.
Chairman, all respect to less market about it. Mr. Chairman, I have a right to object. There's some verbiage on this video. The person who's doing this hasn't been identified. We have no idea who that is. My objection is the people talking on the video, we have no idea who they were.
I didn't know what they said. They said there's lots of traffic. That's all I've heard. Right. Okay. So you should consider that.
This is where they want to develop the homes, by the way. Right here.
Approximately about 9:30.
Hi.
This is actually 50 video.
I was holding it, and Mr. Shapiro was going to come up and testify this evening.
So you took the video?
That's correct.
This is the day of the approval, ladies and gentlemen. The day of the approval. This is not traffic, by the way. It's not traffic. It's not traffic. There's no traffic here, by the way. It's your imagination, buddy. It's not traffic. You're not in traffic right now. You're not in traffic.
I'm going to advise the board to disregard any of the statements you hear. Just use your eyes.
It's not traffic. You're not in traffic. You might think it's traffic. This is not what traffic is. It's your imagination. Please go to therapy.
When was this taken, Elliot?
Taken 9 and 9:30 for a general area on the 17th, June 17th. This is a typical morning.
So the good news is that it coincides with what the traffic expert just said, that it's a level D. Maybe an F, but it's a D.
Probably not.
You know. So that's the good news. So
Is that the corner of Washington and Spruce?
Corner of Washington and Spruce. You were seeing in the video, just to explain, you were seeing all three sides. You know, the traffic backed up from Pine Street all the way back to Spruce. You were seeing the traffic coming down Spruce, trying to make that turn onto Washington. You were seeing all that traffic coming out of Lakewood Commons. And this is what a typical morning looks in our neighborhood.
Mr. Liston, Mr. Liston, is the video being kept by the town? That's going to be O2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're keeping that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to forward a copy to the firm.
Yeah, now,
One second, we have a question from.
Mr. Sachs, did you, how long have you lived in this town?
Ed, the mic. No.
You have to donate. You can come sit up over here. There's a.
Yeah, here.
No, it doesn't. I looked already. It's a straw wire. So it's rolled up.
Yeah. Mr. Sachs, I'll try to be loud. Mr. Sachs, how long have you lived in this neighborhood?
I've lived in this neighborhood about 11 years. I was there before Lakewood Commons was created. I was involved with the township, negotiating with the township in terms of buffers. The agreement was actually our mayor, our current mayor was Ray Coles. We sat down with some zoning board members at that point, and we came up with a 200-foot buffer that runs straight down Vine Street, a tree buffer. And also the agreement was that there would be a buffer between the houses of Lakewood Commons and the R40 zones, the back of which would be my backyard, that they wouldn't build, Lakewood Commons would not build within 75 feet of their lot line to act as a buffer out there, and they'll keep as many trees as possible. And that was, part of that agreement also was that they planted additional trees in order that there should be, Lakewood Commons should be kind of its own park, because they were coming in, remember, they're coming into an R40 zone, and you know, between the R12 zone, the township felt that they should not, Lakewood Commons should be its own thing, and they shouldn't affect at all any of the other neighborhoods.
And that all took place before the new master plan was put into.
That is correct. That is correct.
New zoning board.
That is correct. goes way back, almost 10 years ago, about 8, 10 years ago.
And have you had any personal experience with traffic accidents?
Yes, so I testified as an objector last meeting, and I actually looked at the applicant's traffic report, which he said that he got a history of the past 3 years of accidents. My son was hit on the corner of Spruce and Vine. A car jumped the stop sign coming down Vine, and this happens every single day with cars. They can't either stop or they miss the stop sign. Bottom line is he was driving a bike. A van hit him, dragged him, almost 50 feet. Thank God. He broke 2 bones, but thank God everything else was okay. But it could have ended really much worse than that. And we see this constantly, literally. I mean, I had the township even put pink lines on coming down from Washington, also come down from Vine by stop sign to kind of stop this, that visually the car should stop. But it hasn't helped. Recently, another neighbor told me that they're going to go along and try to build. They're going to box up those whole corners in order to try to get the cars from stopping. But all I can tell you was this Saturday morning, I was walking to shul, and the most incredible thing, I was walking with a brother-in-law of mine, and it was 9 o'clock in the morning, and there wasn't a car in sight, and a car raced down, coming from Pine Street, raced down Washington, blew the stop sign, literally missed me by 2 feet, and went up halfway Washington up to Lakewood Commons before he realized that he totally missed it and turned around and so on. So this is when there's traffic, it's a disaster. When there's no traffic, it's a danger. That's what we live with every single day. This applicant is asking for some sort of transition to our neighborhood. We don't need a transition. The township dealt with that many years ago by putting the buffers in. We all live on 100 by 300s blocks, straight across the whole neighborhood, and I think it's going to show the map actually of what it looks like. There's no reason why we should go less than that and cause more damage than what's going on over there. This is our neighborhood. We all developed over there. We all bought lots knowing that we have 100 by 300s. And what he's asking for has no reason at all. He's just going totally out of what he bought the property originally for, the R40 zone. It's what we bought our properties for. So what's the purpose? Where's the hardship? Why should we give him the most dangerous corner in Lakewood? And they all make fun of it. This corner is dangerous. You saw the traffic. Why should we give him anything more than what everybody else has, number one? That's the most dangerous corner in Lakewood. Why would we do that? He's asking for something that there's no hardship at all. There's no positive criteria. This is a total negative. And I've sat with that applicant a few times. I told him, hey, be like everybody else. This is our lots. All our reds are at least at minimum of 100 by 300s.
This trap is something that you created.
That is correct. Yeah, I can give you copies for everybody in the board.
And
All three. Can you tell me, is this something you made?
There's something in my office we prepared relatively recently. This shows, let me just give you the basic background. We try to color code it as much as possible. The green is the 200-foot buffer for Lakewood Commons to Vine Avenue, which is an R12 across the street. The yellow is the building buffer on Lakewood Commons property to the back of our lots. All these red lots are all existing houses or a house that has at least one or more lots that are a minimum of 100 by 300. The 2 purple lots were approved by this board for 100 by 300, and there was an applicant that had a little bit of 100 by 200. They added on 20 feet, then they approved them for that. Base Kayla is the pink, and the subject property is the 2 blues. Now, there was something very funny that I heard that the applicant mentioned about that Washington was an existing street going into Lakewood Commons. When we sat with the developer of Lakewood Commons and the township, they said, this is going to be one of the egresses in and out of Lakewood Commons. They were also going to build one on I believe it was either Towers or Bellinger, and then one more exit out off one of the back lots of Wilson and so on. So the township, designed existing streets, and they said this is where all the traffic's going to go. It wasn't like, hey, the township had an idea of how wide we're going to run it through this guy's lots, and therefore he should get all that zoning. He knew when he bought those properties that there is a street that's going to go through it. So this is the basics of what our neighborhood looks like. We all developed over here, single-family houses. We have large lots. We take pride in our neighborhood. We clean our streets. We hire people to pick up all the garbage around there. We understand we're behind a very large density area. We have children that walk down our block. We have all those children that walk out of Lakewood Commons, go down that street of Washington, and then they walk across from Spruce to Vine Street, where there is no sidewalks, where there's this huge amount of traffic over there. And these are the kids coming out of Lakewood Commons. They're crossing over to Base Kayla's Pool. They're crossing down to go down to Washington, down to Pine Street. This is a major pedestrian area. There are children coming off Vine Avenue, coming down to go to Base Kayla every single day and go up and down. There's no reason in the world why anybody would say that this makes sense. To take along, to open up 5 driveways where cars can go along and then back out with this type of traffic, with children walking back and forth. There's almost 500-600 families in that area, and the kids walking every single day. What should happen here is 100 by 300, 100 by 300, face them onto Spruce Street, and like everybody else has, and there's no density out there, and that's the minimalist impact that you're going to have on the neighborhood, where the applicant gets what he bought originally and what we bought originally and what he deserves. There is no hardship here. The hardship is creating more housing and creating density, but more than that, creating a serious danger for the whole neighborhood. Yeah, sure. I mean, I actually sat on the PS, not the last master plan. I sat on the master plan beforehand as one of the members. I sat on the zoning board itself for almost 10 years. I was involved in the current master plan. The request came in, hey, downzone it. And the master plan committee said, no chance that we are going to downzone this. Nobody, and they asked 3 different times, 3 different ways. They sent letters out there, and every single time the members called me up and said, hey, we're not going to downzone this. Township committee said they're not going to downzone it, and the planning board said they're not going to downzone it. So they left it the way it is because they understood there's an R40 zone. We're not dinosaurs. We live here. We take pride in what we have, and eventually the rest of the block will be developed as 100 by 300s, like it should be, like everybody else has.
Any questions? Anyone else? Ed?
Yeah, I have a planner and then another attorney that also has another planner.
Okay. So I have a suggestion, Ed, not Ed, Jerry. We're at 10:15 now. All right? We close the meeting at 11 o'clock. I don't think we're going to finish this meeting tonight. I would like to adjourn this meeting at 10:30 so I can get to Michael Cohn's meeting, Michael Gross meeting to Covington. We're not going to finish this tonight. What? You want to try that? If you need the other attorney, the other planner, and you look to the public. All right, we'll try it. Okay. Okay.
No, we're going to take our time.
Then we'll go to the next meeting, so that's the point.
Yeah, right.
So then, why would you not pause to, as a courtesy to the other person who's here?
Yeah.
What Chairman is asking for is,
That's what I'm asking, what I want to do.
what he wants to do is pause at 10:30, hear something a different, since you're going to carry it anyway the next meeting.
That's correct. That's fine.
No problem.
As a matter of fact, before we even start another witness,
You're
before we even start another
Let's
witness.
comment, 15 more minutes on your calendar. Let's take it, let's have another 15 minutes and then we'll decide.
Okay, Andy Thomas.
Please raise. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Full name, sir, and spell your last.
Yes, Andrew Thomas, Thomas.
Can you give us the benefit of your education, background, and life?
Yes, Andrew Thomas, I work for Thomas Planning Associates, employed as a professional planner. I have a master's degree in planning, 25 years experience. Licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey. Also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, which is the AICP. They give me education credits to maintain that certification. I testified before the planning board and also the zoning board several times. Lakewood. I testified before approximately 60 planning and zoning boards in the state of New Jersey. On behalf of applicants as an expert planner.
Can you tell us what you did to get ready for this meeting?
Sure. I actually have prepared two exhibits. One's an aerial exhibit, and the other one's a Google Street Map exhibit, which I have to the right of me. Introduce those first.
All right, so this will be a 04? The other one is on the other side, R05.
So 04 is an aerial map. It shows the site and surrounding areas. Also shows the existing zoning. And I'll go through that in a minute. That was prepared June 14, 2019. The source of the aerial photograph is the 2015 NJDEP aerial. And just quickly on the other one. And then the other one is a Google Street Map image, and it shows the area that was actually shown on the video just a little while ago. And this is looking towards the site, which would be up Spruce Street. You can see the sign for Lakewood Commons, and I'll explain that in a little bit more detail in a minute. The other things that I did to familiarize myself with this application is, of course, I read the application, the notice, reviewed the planning and zoning review letters, and I visited the site as well. And also the master plan and zoning ordinance.
And you then, referring to 04, give us a basic overview of the neighborhood.
Sure. So, again, the subject property is located in what's known as the Oak Street neighborhood. According, this is according to the 2013 Lakewood Smart Growth Plan. And as you can see from the aerial map, the properties are located within a wooded area. And there's a distinct boundary line, a long line between what would be known as the neighborhood on the left or the west side, which is the R12 neighborhood, and then the neighborhood to the right of that line along Spruce Street. And I would define the neighborhood that these properties are located within the Spruce Street neighborhood. Again, there's a very distinct line here. If you head across the line into the other neighborhood. The Spruce Street neighborhood really has any, as you heard from the testimony from Mr. Zacks, a number of larger lots. In fact, many of those lots are 30,000 square feet or larger. A number of those lots have homes, as you can see from the aerial map. There's 7 homes along Spruce Street. The remaining lots are wooded vacant lots. In 2017, master plan was adopted in October 2017. It placed the subject properties in the R40 20C area in the future land use plan element. The land use plan element is consistent with the current zoning for the subject properties. And as far as I know, there's been no subsequent proposals to change the land use plan or the zoning designation of the subject properties. As we know, there was a plan that was here previously for the same two properties. The differences between the prior plan that was denied and the proposed plan are as follows. First, reducing the total number of lots from 10 to 9. They're actually increasing the number of lots on block 837 from 5 lots to 6 lots. And that's the property located at the corner of Vine and Spruce. This increase in the number of lots in block 837 actually decreases the size of the lots. They were previously all 12,000 square foot lots, and now are 10,000 square foot lots. And so that means that the density of these proposed lots is actually increased and even less conforming than the density requirement for the R40 zone. Now, the proposed lots actually face two existing single-family lots across the street on Vine. Those lots are 13,400 square feet and 14,000 square feet in size. Those are the lots. Those lots do not access Vine, they access Reed Street and also Spruce Street. And again, for comparison, those two lots would be across from what's being proposed. That would be 6 10,000 square feet lots. So the proposed lot square footage in that particular lot is not only inconsistent with the zoning standards, but is also inconsistent with the neighborhood directly across the street. None of the proposed lots meet the 40,000 square foot minimum lot size. Again, the largest lot is 30,000 square feet, and most of the lots are 10,000 square feet.
Size lots on the other side of Vine.
Yeah, so
this subject property.
Yeah, so right across the street again, it's the R12 zone, but those lots are those two lots right across the street. One is 13,400 square feet. The other one is 14,000 square feet. And then as you move a little bit further into that particular lot, those are 12,000 square feet. I didn't look at those lot sizes. Those are maybe a little bit larger, it appears from the aerial, but I didn't measure those. I was looking at the lots right across the street, but I can get those lot sizes for you. Again, the largest lot that's being proposed is 30,000 square feet, and most of the lots and just the area I was just talking to are all 10,000 square feet. So the prior resolution from the denial was dated February 4th, 2019. It made several findings of fact. I'm going to read two of those. It's from page 4 of the resolution, the items number 5 and number 6. And in short, it says, for number 5, the zoning board believes that this application is simply too dense for the surrounding properties. There's a very good possibility that the application, if approved and developed, would wreck the character of the neighborhood. That's number 5. Number 6 says, the applicant has not provided sufficient proof to legitimate the granting of this variance, inasmuch as the zoning board does not find the applicant has provided sufficient proof of positive benefits as well as the lack of negative adverse consequences to the surrounding property if this application would be approved. In my opinion, the board's prior findings from the previous application are still applicable to this application, and I think are even more relevant due to the increased density being proposed on that half of the subject property where there's 10,000 square foot lots now instead of what's being proposed at 12,000 square feet. The proof required for a density variance is a D5 density use variance is the typical Medici standard. It includes the showing of special reasons, the positive criteria, and also the negative criteria. But the evaluation is a little bit more relaxed than a D1 variance, which requires that the site be suitable.
A density variance evaluates whether or not the site will accommodate the problems associated with the greater density that is otherwise permitted by ordinance. I think one of the characteristics, and I'm going to turn the map over and show you in a second, is, and I testified to this at the last time, both of the proposed properties have a certain topography on them. They're not flat properties. There's a change in elevation on block, not only 836, but 837, approximately 25 feet. Let's switch over now switch over to so yeah, so this is an image that was captured in July 2014, but it does show you what's out there today.
July 2014.
July 2014. Yes. Yes. But it shows what's out there today. It's a vacant wooded lot. No.
Oh, you had it? You don't see the traffic?
This is a Google image.
Yeah.
And it doesn't meant, I don't think, show anything other than the topography.
That's all I'm showing is the topography.
That hasn't changed.
What street is that?
It's looking up towards the Lakewood Commons.
On Washington?
On Washington, yes, that's correct. Standing on Spruce Street, looking up towards Washington. So the point of this particular photograph is to show the change in elevation. So the elevation is about 60 feet near Spruce Street to the north, and it rises in elevation to about 85 feet to the rear of the site, opposite Reed Street, at the southern portion of the site. So that's an approximately 8% slope. And there's an even greater slope when you're in Washington Street looking towards the rear of the property, and that would be looking west. And you can actually see that there's a retaining wall on that property looking up from Washington Street. So it would be towards the back of the proposed site where the retaining wall would start, and then it continues up along Washington Street. So again, that shows that there's a pretty steep elevation change in that particular area. And in my opinion, a greater difference in elevation doesn't warrant a greater density. In this instance, it would be a better planning option to maintain more open space, in my opinion, with larger lot sizes and fewer lots on the subject properties at the specified R40 zoning density, rather than increasing the density with more development as proposed by this application. That would help to maintain the elevation change, preserve the site better, provide more of a natural buffer between Lakewood Commons and the surrounding residential neighborhood. Now, as indicated in the Remington and Vernick April 29, 2019 review letter, item 2, the R40 residential standards apply to the proposed development, not the R10 standards, since this is not a cluster of development. And having said that, the proposal for 6 10,000 square foot lots, 2 15,000 square foot lots, and 1 30,000 square foot lot are significantly smaller than the requirement for 40,000 square foot lots. The proposed 10,000 square foot lots are only a quarter of the required lot area, and that would also result in setback requirements for the 10,000 square foot lots. It would be significantly less for those particular lots than for a 40,000 square foot lot. So, for example, the front yard setback is 50 feet required versus only 30 feet that is being proposed for 10,000 square foot lots. So now looking at the positive and negative criteria, special reasons are required to be presented in support of the variance relief for this development, which is the positive criteria. In my opinion, this development would not meet any of the relative purposes of the municipal land use law. In particular, would not meet criteria E, promoting the establishment of appropriate population densities. Criteria G, provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of uses. And those two criteria I don't think would be met because of a few reasons. First, the township has already looked at this future development of the township with the adoption of the Smart Growth Plan in 2013 and also the Master Plan in 2017. And the planning board, they looked at those lots, they looked at that particular area, they recommended and kept the R40 zoning within that particular area. The planning board has provided sufficient space and appropriate locations throughout the township, and especially within the Oak Street neighborhood, which provides a variety of residential development densities. The subject properties are vacant wooded lots. They have a noticeable elevation change. Subject properties currently provide a buffer between the multifamily development of Lakewood Commons and the single-family development located west of Lyons Avenue. I think that the township has obviously considered the subject lot's topography, its geographic location, and the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed development is therefore not consistent with the Oak Street neighborhood future land use plan or the future land use element of the township master plan. So having said that, these criteria and purposes of MLUL are not satisfied. I don't think there's any particular planning reason, in my opinion, whereby an increase in density would be a better planning alternative and certainly wouldn't meet those purposes of the municipal land use law. And finally, the negative criteria, I think that the proposed development would substantially and negatively affect the intent and purpose of the Smart Growth Plan, the Township Master Plan, the zoning ordinance. It would be inconsistent with the purposes of those three documents. There's been no changes to the immediate area, in my opinion, since the adoption of those documents. Spruce Street's a low-density residential area. The inclusion of this development with a significant increase in density beyond what its own would have a substantial detrimental effect to the Spruce Street neighborhood. And just in summary, the planning board and the committee have, in my opinion, has made it very clear that this is an R40 neighborhood. Increasing the residential density of the subject properties is not part of any proposed plan in the township. The subject properties are not flat. They have a 25-foot elevation change, which I think is a significant planning fact. The properties would not benefit by an increase in development density, nor would it benefit the general welfare. Again, the proposed development would meet any relevant purposes of municipal land use law, wouldn't satisfy the positive criteria, wouldn't satisfy the negative criteria, in my opinion. And in my opinion, there's really no significant planning reasons why an increase in density to the subject property really would benefit the overall general welfare, and I don't believe that the board should grant this density variance.
Thank you. Okay. Time is now 7:33. 10:33. I'd like to call during this meeting to the next meeting, so we can move the calendar. We're going to do this anyway. We're not going to get a whole meeting. Might as well move the calendar. Okay, Jerry. Who's this? What?
It's your call, Chairman.
You know,
You're going to have two applications next month that are halfway through. Are you going to finish the next one? Are you going to finish whatever comes up today, tonight?
I have one small application coming up. I want to think that you know, we put them up last month.
Chairman, your call.
Guys, is everyone okay with this idea? What? Covington, I want to stay with the size of Covington Village. Is everyone okay with this, or do you guys want to, because this is going to be adjourned next month anyway. This is not going to be finished tonight, it's going to be adjourned to the next month. This is coming after the next hearing.
Yeah.
So it's going to be heard, otherwise we'll kind of get a small application. Excuse me? Should be able to. We should be able to. You can. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Chairman,
Yes.
I understand it's going to have to go off, but there are several members of the public here who would like to place their objections on the record. It's the second time they've been here.
We're not going to get to that.
Okay.
We still have another attorney that has to come up.
Okay.
The third place of the money. That is my issue. If we'd be open to ready to the public, you're 100% correct. I would have closed it. We have another attorney, and we have another professional from your side, don't we?
We do.
You do. So before you can get to the next attorney, we're not done with your professional.
Or we're wasting time.
Right. And besides, Mr. Listening, you wanted anyway to adjourn so that you can study, so you get the traffic. So there you go.
I would ask my adversary to be kind enough to
And what?
email me back and forth in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. Having said that, all in favor to adjourn the meeting 41, what do we have there? 4127, I'm sorry, 4114, is everyone okay with it?
Can we get, can we have the attorney for the applicant agree that the time stops?
Sure. Mayor, Mr. Weinstein?
The question is, if we adjourn it, will your client agree to hold the time period in which we have to approve?
Yes.
Or not?
Yes.
You told them. Okay.
You tell them, we prefer if it got finished tonight, but if it's not possible, then we will.
It's not gonna happen, so it's not gonna happen unless I give courtesy to another applicant and move out.
No problem.
That's why, okay, what? So is that what?
I make a motion to,
No further notice. We agree to waive time and no
we had a motion to respond to adjourn.
Yes. Mr. Naftali? Mr. Vivian? Mr. Ingber? Mr. Gross? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Halverson?
Yes, okay. Member here of appeal number 4114, 118 Ocean Avenue LLC will continue next month.
No,
September 9th, I'm sorry, yes, September 9th. Thank you.
September 9th, no further notice.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Appeal number 4127, Covington Village condominium.
Please take it quietly. Move forward, thank you.
Be quiet.
Please exit quietly, move forward, thank you.
Separation of Covington Village subdivided existing community into two separate lots. Amend prior site plan approval, conditional use variance waiver.
Chairman, notice has been provided, I assume it's in order. My name is Michael J. Gross, Giordano Howard, CISO representative of the Covington Village Condominium Association. This is a somewhat unique situation, so I just want to briefly explain it to the board. The applicant is the Homeowners Association of Covington Village Condominium. My witness is going to testify as to the location. In 2003, the planning board granted site plan approval to develop Covington Village as an adult community containing 360 multi-family residential units in 12 buildings, along with a clubhouse, swimming pool, and other amenities. The developer established a condominium and all 360 units are on the township's tax rolls as if they were built. After constructing 7 of the 12 buildings, as well as the clubhouse, pool, and the other amenities, the developer basically went bankrupt in the Great Recession of 2008. The bank foreclosed and arranged for title to the 150 units and the 5 unbuilt buildings to be transferred to a subsidiary. A large majority of homes in Covington Village are owner-occupied, but the master deed allows rentals. The master deed was amended to restrict the ability to rent these units, and there was a lawsuit in which the Ocean County Superior Court judge decided that the amendment was invalid and allowed these units to be rented. Before an appeal was taken, the applicant, HOA, and the current owner of the 150 unbuilt units reached a settlement. Under the settlement, the remaining 5 buildings, 150 units, are to be constructed and separated from Covington Village condominium and become a separate community independent from Covington Village. The existing Covington Village, along with the clubhouse, pool, and related amenities, will remain age restricted. The new separate community, which will not have access to the clubhouse and pool, will not be age restricted. The settlement agreement was put to a vote of all the owners, and around 90% approved the settlement. We need some relatively minor amendments to the original site plan, but the use variance we're requesting is the elimination of the age restriction in the approval. Bill Stevens is my professional engineer, professional planner. I'd like to have him sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Give us your full name, sir, spell your last.
William Stevens, Stevens.
Mr. Stevens had previously been qualified as a professional engineer, professional planner. I'd like him to be qualified again.
Thank you. Good evening.
One of the things in the RV review letter was there would be cross-access easements between the 2 communities, and these are prepared and will be submitted to your attorney should the board approve this application. Mr. Stevens, do you have a...
First, if you get that far also, would you also submit to me the copy of the order and all the other documents you just mentioned? All right,
Mr. Stevens, can you please identify the exhibit you're showing and the location of Covington Village?
Sure. We'll mark this as Exhibit A1. This is an aerial photograph that was prepared by my office showing the Covington Village project, located highlighted in yellow in the center of the map. Locust Street is located just to the north of the subject property. I assume the board is familiar with the location of Covington Village. As Mr. Gross stated in his testimony, the project is mostly completed. You can see the entry features have been built. There's 3 ponds out in front, a divided entry that comes in off of Locust Street, and then comes down into Covington Village. The majority of the project is already completed. Most of the infrastructure is also in. What we're talking about tonight are 5 buildings that are to be built along the further side of Covington Village. The west side, correct, yes. They have not yet been constructed. They were approved previously, they just haven't been built.
And will they be built in the same location as previously approved?
They will be built in the same location as previously approved.
Will they have the same number of units and the same number of 1 and 2 bedroom units?
They will, yes.
Okay. And you have a site plan being prepared?
Yes, I'd like to mark this as Exhibit A2, which is basically a colored site plan of what we're talking about. The plan again shows Locust Street out in front, the ponds, the entry road that comes in. The existing buildings are shown shaded lightly, and the new buildings that are to be constructed are shaded a darker brown, so to distinguish what it is we're talking about.
How are they separated?
The proposal is to separate them via a fence and to separate the driveways one from the other so that there will be separate access at the entry of both of the developments to come into either the original Covington Village or to come into the new CD Lakewood property.
And is there a fence between the 2 properties?
Yes, there is intended to be a fence that would be constructed basically along this heavy black line that you see to separate the 2 communities.
And can you talk about the new and existing maintenance storage buildings?
So yes, as part of the original Covington Village project, we built a maintenance building along with a trash handling facility, a compactor, as well as a storage building. As part of the agreements between CV Lakewood and the remaining Covington Village, we are to reconstruct this facility that was now to be located in the new CV Lakewood property back up in the parking area for the recreation center at Covington Village. So we're required to recreate what they had before, and we are proposing to do that.
I believe Mr. Boyd asked a question about public versus private trash collection. What would it be?
Yes, this is all private trash collection. These are private roads maintained by the homeowners association.
Can you explain the subdivision plan?
So the idea is to create two lots. The eastern lot would house the original Covington Village, would be approximately 25 acres, and the western lot, the CV Lakewood property, would be 10 acres. So we are asking for a minor subdivision approval of this as well.
Mr. Boyd's letter also requests some minor changes to the plan. Do you agree to that, except for one of the suggestions?
We do, yes.
And what suggestion do you not agree with?
What are the suggestions? Oh, the report.
Oh, he wanted to show all easements, which we'll do. He wanted to show the guardhouse and main building. He wanted some changes in the site plan in terms of circulation plan, et cetera. We'll provide all those. And he wanted a lot fronting the public street.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. So one of the questions that Mr. Voters brought up in his review was that we're creating a lot, this new lot, this 10-acre lot for CV Lakewood. It doesn't have frontage on a public street. And he is correct. It fronts on a private roadway. These are all private roadways in here, owned and maintained by the homeowners association. And that's typical throughout Lakewood. We have lots of private roads in town, so this is not an unusual situation that we have.
And also ask where the HVAC is going to be gated over there.
Is this a gated community?
The Covington Village property will be gated. We are proposing to build gates with card readers just past the entry into the CV Lakewood property. The CV Lakewood property is not intended to be gated.
HVAC is going to be on the roof.
So it'll be roof mounted or screened as the current buildings are. Mr. Gross said it in his estimate, we're proposing to build the same buildings. They're going to be exactly what is there today.
Mr. Boyd also requested some details of the site lighting. You can provide those?
Yes, it's our intention, again, to continue the approved site lighting for the site, most of which has already been constructed, with the exception of what's to be built in Cole Lane.
And the signage, will that change?
So that is one point that was brought up, and we would like to have an entry sign out on Locust Street for this new community as well. There is a sign there for the existing community, so we would like to do that, and we would make that a conforming sign to your ordinance.
I believe we're requesting a D3 conditional use variance for the age restriction. Can you please present the plan reasons why that's justified?
That is correct. We are seeking a D3, which is again a use variance, but a reduced proof requirement for that use variance, in that it is just for a condition of a conditional use. In other words, what we're doing is permitted, save for this one condition. And we would put on the record that special reasons for that, and I believe they come from the purpose of zoning. We could use point A for that particular reason, which would be to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And as has been stated going through this is an agreed upon settlement. This will promote the welfare, allowing the Covington Village property to continue the way it does and allowing the project to be finished. So I believe that will promote point A. We could also talk about promoting the establishment of appropriate population densities and neighborhoods and communities. And again, all for the same reasons. The project should be completed, in my mind, as a planner, that the applicant has the right to go and build what was approved. So we believe that, again, the grant of this variance would be a benefit, not a detriment.
Any negative consequences of building this?
I don't believe there would be any. Again, we're only finishing the project that was originally started, save for this one change in the condition.
There are a couple of differences in density. Is there gonna be a difference in those who are living, if one side is going to be, the Covington is going to be, senior, aged, age restricted, and on the other side is not going to be age restricted, wouldn't that affect the density of the amount of people that's going to be living in the concept of these types of gated projects and communities, and allowing them to be done with being age restricted is because they're controlled environments. So would that not be a negative?
That's a very good question, Mr. Rivera. In this case, my testimony as a planner would be that it isn't, because we're proposing to build the same building. So they're relatively small units. The majority of the units in these buildings are one-bedroom units with some minor amounts of two-bedroom units. So we believe the density will be similar or at least near the same as what was approved and what was intended to be approved here.
So there are a few bulk variances that are requested. One is the accessory building side yard setback, 10 feet is required, 8.9 feet is proposed. Why is that variance required, and what's your planning reason for it?
So that variance is for the existing maintenance building to the new minor subdivision line. So it really has no effect on anything outside of the community.
So the site plan is the same, but there just happens to be a subdivision line that now would require the variance, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the building height of 38 feet, 35 is permitted by the ordinance. How does that compare to the existing building?
So that was a mistake on my minor subdivision plan. These buildings are to be 35 feet. There is no height variance required. The existing ones are 35 feet. The new building is the same, will also be 35 feet. No variance is required.
What was the original parking requirement, and what was provided versus what's being provided now?
So originally what we were required to provide was 576 spaces, and we're currently proposing in this plan to provide 604 spaces.
Are any waivers requested by Mr. Boyd on page 5 of his letter?
Where is the parking exactly? You took away the parking now because you're relocating that parking. Where's the 600 spaces?
So you are correct, Mr. Natali. Some of the parking is being removed to allow for the development to change slightly the access and also the construction of the storage and trash facility in the parking area of the recreation center. And the reason why we're doing that is because the project was also permitted by CAFR as well, so we have impervious coverage requirements here. So where we have to give or take, we have to keep the impervious coverage the same as what was approved. So that's why we did what we did, but we still do have more parking stalls than what was required by the original approval.
Where are they?
They're located all throughout the project, and you're parking all along Cole Lane. These are, I don't know, would you like to see a better site plan? We have them.
It just looks like there's a parking and I don't see any parking.
Oh, no, so Covington Village itself, the original Covington Village is way over parked. They themselves understand that they have much more parking than they need.
But they can't utilize it. They can't utilize that because it's being gated.
Oh, yes, no, these communities are going to be separate, yes.
Right. So they can't utilize that over parking.
Correct. Right. That is correct.
Mr. Stevens, when you say the 604 parking spaces, is that for just the new complex or both?
No, that's for both.
Well, what's going to be for the new complex and what's required?
So under the original approval, we were required to have 150 spaces and we're providing 225.
And what is required now under our existing zoning? Is it different than the?
No, it would be the same, because the use is the same.
Why is the use the same? This is one of the.
No, when I say the use, the project is the same.
Yeah, but here we're going to have one or two bedrooms. I don't know how many one bedrooms, I don't know how many two bedrooms.
So
let me finish my question. And plus, the two bedrooms is technically possible to have children, 2 cars, a mother, husband and wife, and same with the 1 bedrooms. There might be 2 working people
therefore, I feel that density in the cars are gonna be a lot more than just the old requirement of 1 and 2. Over there, I know, one car for a family in a senior development is enough. Here, two family, 2 people working, 2 cars, it's not a much problem you're gonna see. You take public transportation.
So, Mr. Stevens, what is our ordinance, forget the previous approval, what does the ordinance now require for 150 non-age restricted apartments?
What was the question?
So under the ordinance, in my opinion, would remain the same as what was approved. So we're required to have 1 space per unit for this particular project. There's 150 units being proposed in here, Mr. Chairman, so to answer your question, there's 30 units in each of the 5 buildings. Of those 30 units, 18 of the units are 1-bedroom units and 12 are 2-bedroom units, which is the same as the buildings that are proposed.
Are you saying our current ordinances only require 1 parking space for 2-bedroom units?
The ordinance would require that, yes. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, but Mr. Stevens, that would be for age-restricted development, no?
So yes, that was what was approved. That's
For age-restricted development, not for non-age restricted.
It's not age restricted,
Guys, hold on. Judah, go ahead.
If it's not age restricted, how many parking spaces are required per 2-bedroom unit? And I count 60.
That's correct. There's 91 bedroom units and 62 bedroom units.
So it's minimum of 150 spaces. You're using 1 per unit.
No, it's 150 units.
150 units, 100 spaces.
He didn't answer the question.
Well, we don't know the ordinance.
We know the ordinance, we have to leave that question.
Yeah, we need a question. We need a question.
Just on one side.
Mr. Mayor, can you hold aside, because I don't think Mr. Stevens has these ordinance.
I don't think the answer is very clear, quite frankly. Because this started before the planning board, so I did see this before I went to zoning board. And I don't recall that there was a need for a change in the number of parking spaces, but I can't say that with certainty.
No, what is the question?
This would be a new apartment building. Somewhere there.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer. I understand the question. I understand the question. And I don't know the answer, just like Mr. Stevens doesn't know the answer.
So just to clarify, there are 150 units, how many parking spaces are provided or proposed?
225, right? That's correct, yes.
Mr. Gross, the point that the board is questioning whether that's right.
I understand.
And Mr. Stevens can't verify that's right, and I can't either all day.
Well, how hard is that to verify?
Where's the ordinance say?
What does the ordinance say? We need to look at the ordinance book, and I don't have to look at it.
And didn't expect it to be.
All right, Mr. Stevens, it's your testimony that the ordinance
If you know the information, tell us our attorney.
Please, just a moment. We want to finish by 11. Just give me a second.
1 second.
Speak
Well, I just said a couple of words. Wait, hold on.
Wait.
Mr. Stevens. Well, let's wait for Mr.
Not loaded on the variance map. Not loaded on the report either.
Mr. Stevens, it's your testimony, which we'll verify this week, tomorrow. It's your testimony that the 225 spaces meet the township ordinance requirements for 150 non-age restricted units, 60 1 bedroom, or 60 2 bedrooms, 90 1 bedroom. Is that what you're saying? Because if that's not correct, assuming for the sake of the discussion that it's approved tonight, you're Right. You understand?
Oh, here it is, isn't there? Okay. No.
What was it saying, Mr. Chairman?
What is the parking?
This gives you a whole entire, Franny. This gives you,
No.
this gives you an application. It doesn't tell me you're denying it. I don't know what this is. It doesn't tell me if it's a violation or if it's not a previously approved. Proposed. I don't know.
Sometimes in the right direction. And that's where we can't confirm.
What? No.
You have to go back to any other stuff.
Okay, so then.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, when you opened to the public, you said you were off.
You guys don't understand the application.
Then speak to the attorney of the application.
No, he's not understanding. Who's the applicant, you know? You guys don't understand the application, it's a major issue here.
We'll get to that in a few minutes.
Before you even introduce it, if you need an application, you don't understand the application.
Mr. Chairman, we're not aware of a specific parking requirement in the ordinance.
Can we get that answer? The parking requirement that we saw on the map, is that for the age restricted requirement, or is that, a mixed parking requirement for general and for age restricted? That one right there at the bottom.
So that came from the prior approval, Mr. Chairman,